So hi everyone, welcome to the day 10 of Core Java. So today we'll discuss an important topic which is strings in Java. So strings is a very important concept. So in general, we will use this in coding and maybe during the interview perspective also. Strings have a lot of weightage, so you have to practice a lot on strings programs. So what is a string? So previously we have seen a data type called char, right? So char we can store a single character. Suppose I want to store a character called s. So this is possible to store in an character variable, char variable. So in terms of the strings, strings are nothing but a group of characters. So we can able to store multiple characters in a given string. Multiple characters. So let me take an example like if I take a variable like str equal to, if I'm taking my name Swaroop, so this is a combination of multiple characters placed one after the another. This group of characters are being stored into a string. So this is called a string. And coming to the actual definition of the string, string is a class in Java and it has many built-in methods. Similar to the arrays, there are some inbuilt methods for Java also. Sorry, strings in Java. So we will discuss about the multiple examples of how can we write the programs for the strings with using the inbuilt methods. So let's get started. So this what is the purpose of these methods, right? Each method is having certain operations that it can perform. So every method, like if you remember the previous topic on arrays, we used length method, and there are some other methods we have used. So every method having some significance where it can perform some operation. So similarly, the strings also having certain methods which can help us to achieve certain goals. So that we frequently use even in the automation testing whenever we are writing some scripts. So we have to practice this strings concept thoroughly. Let me create a new package called day10. New package day10. Click on finish, and I'm going to create a new class strings in Java example. So I'm creating one package. Select public static void main and then click on finish. So now there are multiple ways we can declare a string. If I take one example, so string str equal to, I can declare a string like this. So as I told, string is a group of characters which are placed one after the other. So we have to include these strings in a double quotes, and we can declare a variable on the left side, use the string keyword here. And if I keep the cursor on the string keyword, right? So what it is saying, so let me place one more time. So java.lang.string, the okay. So the string class represents character strings. All string literals in Java programs such as double quotes ABC are implemented of instance of this class. So strings are constants and their values cannot be changed after they are created. So this concept we'll see slowly, but now try to understand about a string is a group of characters, and this string keyword is a class and it is a part of the java.lang package. So initial sessions during the packages I told lang package is by default loaded into the Java program. So that's why you don't see any external import statement. I didn't write Java like import java.lang. That is not required because java.lang package is by default loaded in the Java program. So the string class is available in the java.lang package, which is a default package loaded along with the normal any Java program. So now string is a class and we can declare a variable here, and we have to give the values in double quotes. So any string if you are giving, we have to specify in double quotes. In case of character, we have to char variable, we have to put in single quote, that is for single character, but strings we have to put double quotes. This is the syntax we have to follow. This is one way to this is approach one in order to create a variable for string. There is another approach. So str1 I am taking, and even you can declare a variable like this. So I can give Swaroop here also. So this is approach 2. So approach 1 is correct, approach 2 is also correct. So this is the two ways we can create, and in the memory how they are created, and there is some topics around this. So that we will see in the next session. But today you understand that you can create the strings in two approaches. First approach is using directly the string literal. So this is called as a string or string literals in the Java terminology. So this literal can be included in double quotes and assigned to the string variable str. And in the second approach, what I am doing, I am using another variable str1, and here new keyword I can use and give a string keyword. And inside this small bracket, we have to specify the value of the string in double quotes. It can be any string like Swaroop or maybe Swaroop n I will give something like this we can give, and multiple approaches we can create the string variables. And if I am printing this value, let me suppose I am printing sysout control space, and then str I am printing here sysout control space, and here str1 I am printing. So let me execute this code and check. Run as Java application. So the Swaroop and Swaroopian, both the strings are created, and it is working fine. So there is no errors, and we are able to print it on the console. So these two approaches, any approach you can follow while declaring a string. Uh, if you have any basic program you want to do some operations on a strings, right? You can use any of these approaches. But each approach having some significance in terms of the memory, so that we will see in the next session. There is a lot of discussion we have to do, but today we will see some basic uh, topics on the inbuilt methods. So what are inbuilt methods? These inbuilt methods are already available in the string class. So string is a class, right? So there are many inbuilt methods which are available inside the string class. That those strings we are going to use now, and we will write some programs, some basic programs. So these are easy to understand. Only thing you have to be aware and at least practice once. If you practice all these methods which I am saying now, you can easily remember. These are very easy. So let me take a method called length. So length method is a method which will return a length of the number of characters. Suppose Swaroop is there here. So how many characters are there? So there are 7 characters. So the count length of this particular string is 7. If I am using this length method on this string variable, it will return number 7. So it returns number of characters in the given string. So let me use it. So already I declared the variable. Now I am just using str.length and give semicolon. So if you put on the cursor on the length method, right? So what it is showing, it is of integer data type. Integer data type, and it returns the length of the string. The length is equal to the number of Unicode units in the string. That is number of characters. You can think like that. In the memory, it will store in this way, and it will return the number of characters that is available in the given string. So if I need to store it in an integer value. So let me take a variable called len, and I am storing this. So if I am printing this len, the length of the str string should return. So the length of str string is 7. You can store in a variable or you can directly print, that is totally okay. So now what I will do, str1 dot length I will give. So that length I am having the character n also additional. So it should return me 8. So here it returns 7. Here it returned 8. So this is the basic example about the length method. So it's very simple. So you just need to understand that it returns the number of characters, and it will be always an integer data type. Even you are passing a string here, but the length is a number, so the number is stored in an integer data type, and you can directly use in your program whenever it is required, and the integer you can use it like what you want, however you want. So here one more example I will show. So if you put sys out, right, in even in the print statement, let me put like Swaroop Nadella, and here on this double quote string also I can apply length method. So 7 plus 1 2 3 4 7. So here the output should be 14. So even on a string which is enclosed in the double quotes, and after that if you are putting length, right, this will be working. So let me execute it. So 14. So 14 is coming. So if you want to see that, let me declare a variable lentth1 equal to. You can also store something like this. So if I am passing this variable here, run as Java application. So 14. You can directly pass this in the print statement, or you can assign it to a variable and you can also print it. So this way you can do. Here I did not declare any string variable, and I directly pass the string in the double quotes, which is also fine. So in Java it will work. So if I put dot operator, right? Dot is an operator. So if you am putting dot, all the methods will be listed, which are inbuilt methods. These are all inbuilt methods, which is coming from the Java itself. We are not writing anything explicitly, which are provided by the programming. And in order to use them, you have to use the dot, and you can select any method that you want. So we have seen length method, but I will give you more examples around many other methods. So we generally don't need to use all these methods, but in programming and automation, we use some of this. Whichever we need based on our requirement, we can use any of this. So this is about length method. So now let me go to the next method. So the next method is concat method. So what it will do, previously also I was saying about concatenation extensively. So the concatenation in terms of the strings, how it is happening. So we were using plus operator. So plus if we are using on strings, right? If I'm using two strings and suppose str and str1 are two strings. If I want to concat to these two strings, I can use the plus. If I'm using plus on a numbers, it will be addition. But in if I'm using plus on two strings, it will be concatenation. So this is an important point. Previously also we have seen. So plus if you are using on numbers like integer data type, if you are using plus, that is an addition. But in terms of strings, it is a concatenation. So concat is a one method. If you don't want to use concat method, you can always use plus. If you are using concat, plus you can don't need to use. So what is concatenation? It will actually join two strings. So two string values will be joined together, and we can form a new string, which is the appended. Like it will form a big string. Like if I'm taking Swaroop and then Nadella. So two strings I'm taking, and if I'm using concat, then Swaroop Nadella string will get created. So let me try that. So I'm going to declare another variable s1 equal to s1 equal to Swaroop, string s2 equal to. So I am taking two strings. Now let me write. So if I'm writing s1 plus s2, what will come? What will happen? Concatenation will happen in this case. So let me print this one, and concat also I will show you. But before concat, I want to show the plus also. So let me print this. So the last output will be the this print statement. So I have taken Swaroop, I have taken Nadella. So Swaroop Nadella without any spaces, it got concatenated. So we can also use methods s1 dot concat s2. So here s1 is Swaroop and S2 is Nadella. So S1 dot concat S2 I have taken, right? So this will be same as S1 plus S2. Both are same. So if I am printing this particular statement, let me put in print statement S1 dot concat of S2. So this is coming from plus and this is coming from concat method. So both these operations are the same. If you want to use plus on strings, that is totally fine. If you want to use concat, you can use. So both ways it is allowed in Java programming. Uh, in terms of the using plus, right? I can able to use. Let me suppose create one more string. String s3 equal to like Swaroop Nadella Academy. I am taking. If I am including plus here s3, so this is totally fine. So, but in concat method, I can use only two strings. First string is on the before the dot. Second string is after the dot. So, in a single concat method, I cannot use like three variables. So, let me execute it. So, this is Swaroop Nadella Academy is coming. This is for the first string. And in case of the second string, how can we write? So, for that, let me take one example. So, I'm doing Control Z. So this example previously we have seen. So I have declared a new variable now. So this variable let me take here. So this is an another example. So now what I am going to write sysout s1 plus s2 plus s3. So first of all let me print this one s1 plus s2 plus s3. So s1 plus s2 plus s3 and I didn't print anything in the last print statement. So here what I will do s1 plus concat of s2. So up to this what happens? Swaroop and then Nadella will get concatenated. Let me run as one more time. So only observe the last one. So Swaroop Nadella is concatenated. So on the string that is formed with this concat method, I can write one more concat. Sorry, Control Z. So we can write one more concat again. So this is a string that is forming, and if you are putting dot concat again, this is totally possible. So you can write multiple times like this. So s1 dot concat of s2 dot concat of s3. So this multiple nested methods is possible. So because this particular string dot concat will return a string value. So it is returning string, and that string we are concatenating with s3. So if I am executing this one, so the last one is Swaroop Nadella Academy. So this string is coming correctly. So if you want to see what exactly is happening, you can also use like this. Using plus. Here what I will do using concat method. So if I am printing this run as Java application. So using plus, this is using plus and this is using concat method. So it is working fine. So these are some examples around the concatenation. So in terms of the concatenation, you have to remember this important thing. So plus, if you are using plus on two strings, it is concatenation. So what is concatenation? Joining two strings. So joining two strings together. So plus if we are using on two strings, it is concatenation. So even concat method we can use on two strings. So this is afterwards, but before that, if I am using plus on two int values, it is addition. So plus on one int value and one string. So this is concatenation. So if I am using at least one of the string, right? So one string if I am using and one integer if I am using, that is concatenation. Only like both the values are integers, like numbers. These are integers or numbers. If I am using numbers, it is addition. And if I am using on two strings, it is concatenation. What concatenation will do? It will integrate the two strings together, one after the another, and it will form a new string. That is the concatenation. So we have seen the length method also. Two methods we have seen. Okay, so I'll go to some more methods. So there is one more method. So I'll create a new class. Strings example 2 class I am creating. Select public static void main and then click on finish. So let me close the console and this one. So the next method is on a method called trim. So what the trim method will do? Trim method will be removing spaces from both the ends. I'll explain you with the example what exactly it will do. So let me take a string str equal to, I will take a string. If I am putting some spaces and I am writing Swaroop and I am giving some more spaces, the number of spaces doesn't matter here. So there are some spaces, one space or three spaces or five spaces, and after the word also there is some spaces. So if I want to extract only Swaroop and I don't want these spaces, right? Then I can use this trim method on this string variable and it will extract only this text. All the spaces will be removed before and after. Both the places. It will remove from both the sides. So first of all, I will write str. Then the next statement sysout. I will use str.trim. So let's compare how it works. Run as Java application. So you can observe that here space is there and here also space is there, but it's not visible. The first space is removed and even the second spaces are removed. In case you want to understand the length, right? So let me put one print statement here, str.length. If I am using this length method, this should return the total characters. Here 7 characters are the alphabets and there are three characters here. One, two, three. So total 6 characters are spaces and 7 characters are the alphabets. So total 6, 6, 12, 13, 13 should be the length for the initial string. This is the input string. If I am trimming this, so only 7 should come here. So let me write sysout str.trim dot length. So if I am printing this, so the first case 13 and second case 7. So the trim method removes the spaces from both the ends. So this is an basic example. So we will use trim methods in automation also whenever if there is any spaces are not required and you want to validate only certain text on the web page, right? Maybe some web page is having some label or any text. You are extracting that from the web page and you are storing it in a string variable. And if you want to remove the spaces, just use the trim method and we are going to validate only the text because spaces we don't know like how many spaces might come, right? So we know only the characters, like the proper text we know, but we don't know the spaces. In this case, trim method will be very useful. So just remember it, it's a simple method, but you can use it like anything whenever it is required. There is another method, caret method. So what exactly this caret method will do? It will return and specified index in the string. So I'll explain you what exactly this is. Suppose I'm taking string str1 equal to, maybe let me take Java programming is a string. So here the index start with 0. So in strings, so caret method will be getting the index, right? So similar to the arrays, if I'm considering this, all these characters are multiple values which are stored in the string variable. So the 0th index is j, the first index is a, second index is b, third index is a, fourth index is programming, like this. So multiple indexes you need to consider in the background, like these are stored as index. This is similar concept, similar to the arrays. So in the arrays also we were denoting the every value as an index, that but there are comma separator when you are declaring index, but here there is no comma separator. But in the memory, how each character is stored, first character is stored in 0. So starting index is 0. So this is the basic. So starting index is always 0 in case of arrays or strings. So if I'm writing str1 dot char at 0, let me take 0 first of all. If I'm taking this, I will get a character called j. So let me print this one on the console. So sysout. Okay, I need to directly pass remove semicolon. So run as Java application. So the last character you need to see. So it is j is coming. Suppose if I am passing instead of 0, I am passing 1. Then after j, a is coming. So a should be printed. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 is capital P. So let me pass 4. Run as Java application, P is coming. So after P, 4, 5, 6, 7. So let me pass 7. So like this, multiple index if you are passing, that character will get extracted. So this character method will need to like it will return a single character. Single character at the specified index. So whatever index you are specifying, it will return a single character. So this will be very useful whenever you need to extract a character. So this is also an easy method. So but you have to pass the index here. So this is about the caret method. We have more examples. So let me close this console and I'm going to create another class. Let me create new class. So strings example 3, select public static void main. So let's take one more method. So there is a method called contains. So what contains method will do, it will compare two strings whenever you want to compare like I declare two strings s1 and s2. If I want to compare two strings and this will return a boolean value. So the output will be either true or false. So for an example, let me take s1 equal to, I will take Swaroop, s2 equal to, I will take again same string. For an example, let's take both the same. And if I am writing s1 dot contains, so s2 I can pass here. So if both are same, what the contains method will do, it will return the boolean value. If you put the cursor on the contains method, what it is showing, it returns true if and only if this string contains the specified sequence of characters. So string is a sequence of characters, so we can directly pass the string here, or we can also pass a group of characters. So here I am going to pass string, and so let me put in a print statement, otherwise we cannot visualize it. So let me put in a print statement and let's run it. So it is returning true. Suppose I am giving a small s here. then it is false. So it is case sensitive. So capital S and small s are different in terms of strings. It is case sensitive. So if I am giving small here, capital here, uh, and one more important thing. So contains string contains what it will do, right? Contains uh, will not check for the exact matching. So it will check whether the part of the string. So suppose let me take s1 equal to this string and s2 equal to, let me take SWA. I am taking only part of the string. So contains method, what it will check whether a part of the string is available. So this is the main string and this is the substring. So let me execute it once, like a part of a string. So SWA is a part of Swaroop. So I can change the value here. Maybe I can put ROO and execute one more time. So it is again giving true because this second string, whatever we are passing inside, it should be containing inside this main string. So this is the main string and this is the string which can be a part of the main string. So the exact text should not match here. It should be containing here. So it can be in any position, whether it can start in the first position or it can pass in, it can start in the third position or it can be at the last position. Doesn't matter. Uh, but whatever string we are passing in S2, it should be available here. Then only it will be returning the true value. Otherwise, it will return false. If I am putting ROP, let's see if it be working or not. So it will return false because ROOP is there. ROP if I am giving, it is returning false. So even I can give AROO. So true. So any part of the string we can pass here if it is containing. So contains method will check for the whether a specified string is part of the main string or not. Checks for the given string is part of the main string. So the main string I am going to give on the left side, and then on that we are applying the contains method, and whatever string we are trying to check, it can be the initially I have showed you Swaroop also. That is also fine. If exactly it is matching, it is totally fine. If it is partially matching also, it is fine. So initially I showed you exactly matching. Now it is partially matching. So this is how contains method. If you know partial text also, you can pass it and validate. So this is some useful method. It will return a boolean value, either true or false. So this one we can use in any if condition or while loop, wherever we want. If we want to have any requirement, you can use it in conditions also. This string contains method. So we have seen caret method, contains method. So for contains method, the position of the value doesn't matter. So for the string, it should be a part of the main string in any position. So after this, we have some more examples on equals method. There is a method called equals. So what the equals methods will do, it will compare the strings. So let me take string str1 equal to, in small letters I am taking Swaroop. So str2 equal to, in caps I am taking Swaroop. First letter caps, give semicolon at the end. So if I am writing str1 dot equals str2. So this equals method also will return a boolean value. So it will return either true or false. So it compares the two strings and it will return boolean value either true or false. So if I am printing this on the console, let me print it. So it should return either true or false. So the first one is for different one. So this is for contains, and the second false is for the equals method. So if I am giving the small character even for the second string, small case of Swaroop, so it is coming true. So both are matching, the values are matching, so it is coming true. So the equals method will try to check whether the both the strings values are correct, exactly matching. If I am taking Swaroop here and Swaroop 1 here, right? If I am taking different strings, let's suppose. So it is returning false. It will check for the exact match. So equals should be matching exactly. It compares the two strings and it should be exactly matching. Then only it will return the true. Otherwise, it is a false. Now we have one more method. In the equals only, there is a method called equals ignore case. So this is also a compare string, but here it will ignore cases. Like lowercase, uppercase, it will not. It will just ignore the case and it will compare only the values. It will not consider the case of the characters, but it will only check for the actual value. So for that, let me take string s3 equal to. So again, I am taking Swaroop here. String s4 equal to. So small character Swaroop I am taking. If I am writing s3 dot equals ignore case method, you see, equals ignore case s4. So if I am placing cursor on this equals ignore case, again it is returning a boolean value. So it is also a boolean. It will return either true or false. Here it will ignore case. So this method, let me put on a print statement. This out. So the last third one is true, right? It is ignoring the case. So let me take the first one, everything caps. Second one is everything small. If I am using equals ignore case, it is giving true. So here maybe one letter caps I am giving. So you can play with it like anything. So it will simply ignore the case and the character should be matching. So S and S should match. W, small w or capital W doesn't matter. So it will simply ignore the case and check the value only. So this is about equals method and equals ignore case. So equals method will check for the actual exact match and equals ignore case will ignore the cases. So even there is one more method. So uh, there is some method like content equals. We don't frequently use it, but let's see. So I am going to declare one more variable s5 equal to. So let's take Swaroop and string s6 equal to. Let me take in small Swaroop. So s5 dot content equals method is also there. So it may be mainly useful for there is another data type like string buffer. So even the character sequence also it is supporting. So let's see for the character sequence for today. So string buffer and string builder we'll see tomorrow. So s5 dot content equals what the content equals will do. It is also a boolean data type. It will return a boolean. So this if I am for visualizing these values, we are just using the print statement so that we can know what exactly happening. So s5 dot content equals of s6. So if I'm printing, the last statement should be false. Here it is caps and here it is small. So the equals and content equals mostly it will be the similar methods. There is no much difference. So you can either use equals or you can use content equals. That is totally fine. Either one of them you can use based on the requirement and you don't bother about the case means you need to use the ignore equals ignore case. Sometimes you may need to ignore the cases. So This will ignore the case and just compare only the value. So these are multiple methods. So this is also return a Boolean value, either true or false. Compares the two strings. So we have seen this ignore equals and yeah, there are some methods. So let me close this. So if I'm using the same class, it will look very lengthy. So let me just close this. I will create one more example. Let me create strings example for select public static void main and click on finish. So we have some more methods. There are many methods. So some important methods we are trying to learn today. So there is a method called replace. So what this replace will do, it can either replace a single value or it can replace multiple values. Either single or multiple characters it will replace in a string. So we can take any string and if you want to replace some characters, right? That is possible using this replace method. So let me take str equal to, so let me take Java programming practice. So let me take something like this Java programming practice. And if I'm using a method like str dot replace, so you can observe here that it is asking for old character and a new character. So let me put the old character is A, right? So if you see here, the A character I want to replace with some other character. Let me take in single quotes you can put A, and instead of the second character, let me put B. So for understanding this, let me put this in a print statement and see what happens. So A value will be replaced with B in the string, and it should generate a new string. Run a Java application. So you see Java A became in the Java programming practice, all the A's are removed and it is replaced with the B. So here it is B. Here programming A is becoming B. Here also B. Like this, we can play with this like anything. So let me put one more way. So here instead of C, right, I am giving something like maybe capital D I am giving. So here C is there. So instead of C, capital D came. So like this, you can replace any character if there is any requirement as such. So this is an example for single character. So we can even replace multiple characters. So for multiple characters, let me give some examples. So str1 equal to. So I am going to take some example like Selenium, Java, Selenium, Python, Selenium, JavaScript, maybe something like this. So this is a very big string where we have taken a string variable and stored Selenium Java, Selenium Python, Selenium JavaScript. So str1 dot replace. So the old character sequence, what I am going to give, I am going to give Selenium. So close the double quotes. You have to put in double quotes for strings. So let me put playwright. So Playwright is an automation tool. So I am just taking an example for Selenium and replacing with Playwright. So in order to understand whether it is happening or not, let me put this in a print statement. So I have taken a string like this Selenium Java, Selenium Python, Selenium JavaScript, and using the replace method, I am just replacing the text of Selenium with Playwright. Run as Java application. So you can see that Selenium is replaced with Playwright. So if you want to see whether it is working correctly, first of all print the input statement and let's see if it is fine. So initially Selenium Java is there, that is replaced with Playwright. So using this replace method, either you can replace single character or multiple characters. Multiple characters are nothing but strings. Here I am passing a group of characters, string selenium. So this way we can use the using replace method. This is one example. So there are few more examples. Let me show you. So there is another important method that I am going to show. So I'll go to close this one. I'll create a new class. So strings example 5. Select public static void main. So this method is substring method. This is very important. Generally, if you want to extract some part of the string, right, then you can able to do using this substring method. So even in interviews also, this they can ask any kind of program, and you may need to use this substring method. So this is you need to practice a lot of programs. So I'll show you some examples. So first of all, what it will do, it will get a part of main string. So we have taken a string. So uh, like we can retrieve part of an main string. So as an example, let's take str equal to, I'm taking the same example Swaroop again. So here suppose I want to extract the value of str dot substring. So substring having two syntaxes. First one syntax is giving only the beginning index, and second syntax is beginning index and ending index. So first of all, let's understand the first one. So beginning index one I am taking. So first of all, let's understand the substring method with passing only single value, that is the index. So as I told earlier, so index start with 0 in strings also. Similar to arrays, index start with 0. So if I am giving 0, from 0th position to the last position, all the characters will be coming in this output. So as an example, let's see. So I am printing this. So str.substring of 0 if I am passing, it will start from the 0th index and it will navigate through the end of the index. So every index it will pass, and it will return an string, like it will return an output as a string. So if you put the cursor on the substring, it will be showing like string return type. So this substring will retrieve a string. So if I'm passing only single index, then it will return the string which is starting from this index and till the end of the string. The string can be any number of characters, like 20 or 30 characters. So first of all, let's execute the first time and I'll explain with more examples. So Swaroop is printed, right? So now let me take a substring of 1. So it will start with W. So 0th index is S, first index is W, second index is A. So from W to the last index, it will print all the values. Like it will retrieve all the values. This is about substring, like two ways is there. If you take substring, so if I am passing only single index, right, index 1, return string starting from index 1 to end of the string. So this particular substring, whatever index I am passing here, it will return the string starting from that index till the end of the string. So here instead of 1, let me put 2. So it will start with A and ROOP Swaroop. So A ROOP. So from that index till the last index. This is one example. So substring having two kinds of methods. First method example I have given, and second method is slightly tricky. So try to observe closely what I'm saying one more time. In case of second example, so let me take a string str 1 equal to. So what I'm going to do, let me take Swaroop. So first of all, let me put str1 dot substring. So here we have to pass two index, the beginning index and the ending index. So let me put this. So suppose 0th index I am giving, let me put 0. And if I am giving first index, right? Let me put first index. 0th index and first index. So we should get the output of SW. Let me see if it comes or not. So yeah, let me close this and remove one semicolon. So let's execute it. So only S is coming. So in case of substring with two values, it is little tricky. Uh, in the first index, whatever you are passing, it is a starting index. But the ending index, whatever we are passing, right? It is ending at W, but that character will not be counted, and only the previous character. Until the previous character only, it will take the output. So maybe for understanding, I'll explain you more. Before that, let me put 2 here. So it is starting with 0, 1, 2. So you will expect SWA to get printed, but the logic of substring is the last index it will not consider, and it will consider only like these two characters. That is how like Java substring method is defined. With if you are passing two positions, then it will only consider the second position, whatever is there. That last position it will not consider, and it will consider only the previous two values. So I am starting with 0, and if I am passing 3, right, then 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, like totally 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 characters should be printed, but only 3 characters will come because the index whatever is there that will not be considered. Only the previous 3 positions it will consider. So there is no way we can manipulate or do anything. This is how you have to remember it. This is in programming also. This is the only confusing part. This is very straightforward. Till the end of the string it will work, but in this case it will not work. So maybe to understand better, I will also explain you in a paint. So let me take one string like this. So string having multiple characters. So let me put any kind of character. So here I am putting a. So I'll increase the font. So here A is there. Then we have B. Then I will put D, D, E, G, H. So what is the first index? So this index is 0. So here the index is 1. So let me take pencil. So here it is 1. Here it is 2. Here it is 3. Fourth index, fifth index. So let me take, if I am taking 0 as the substring method, as s dot 0 like substring of 0, then from this index till the end of the string every character is taken. But in case of the second place, right, second method, so 0, 0 to 3 if I am taking, let's take here 0, 1, 2, 3. So you may think that all these 4 characters should be printed, but internally in the memory how it will read, right, it will only take the first 3 characters. So this current position will be ignored in case of the second one. So you need to practice this, then only you will remember. So there is no easy way we can able to do anything. So this is how the substring method is defined. So the at the end index minus 1 they are saying, right. So the end index minus 1 extends to the specified begin index and extends to the character at the index end index minus 1. So this is the index. So the index is R here. The third character is like 0, 1, 2, 3. At the third position, third index R is there, but minus one position you should take. So only three characters will print. Even though four characters here you are thinking, but only three will come. This is little tricky. You have to just understand and practice multiple programs. At least you take three or four strings, and if you are doing practice, it will be easy. This is very straightforward. So this is about the substring method. It is an important thing, and you have to remember that. Okay, so after substring, let me take. There are two more simple methods like two uppercase, two lowercase. So two uppercase will convert all the characters to uppercase, and two lowercase will convert all the characters to lowercase. So I am taking a lowercase characters, and let me print it on the console str2 dot two uppercase. So two uppercase will return a string value. So it will take an input string, and it will convert everything to the uppercase, and it will return an uppercase value. So if I'm executing, we will get an uppercase. So if I'm taking capital S and first letter caps, and even then everything will be converted to uppercase. Everything is uppercase. So the next one is lowercase. These are straightforward. There is no trick here. So str2 dot two lowercase. So here capital S is there. Let me print two lowercase now. So small case it is converted. So if I am changing this to capital, right? Everything caps for an example. So if I am running as Java application, so it is converting everything to small. So if you understand this better, maybe let's take this small, and I will take string str3 equal to, let me take all caps. So here I am passing str3. So these two are straightforward. Based on your requirement, you can use two uppercase, it is Swaroop, and two lowercase is Swaroop. So capital is converted to small character. So far we have seen some of this. So there is some more methods. So let's see. So I will create one more class. So strings example class 6. So this is also an important method. So in programming or anywhere, you may encounter this very frequently. So like you need to use it based on your requirement. So there is a method called split. So what the split method will do, it will create multiple strings based on there is some terminology like delimiter. So we need to pass a character, like whatever kind of character we are passing. Based on that, it will split multiple strings. So let me take an example. So str equal to, let me take some basic example, like I am taking Swaroop Nadella Academy. So this string, if I want to split it using the space, right? We can take any character. So in this example, I am taking a character like space. So str dot split of, in double quotes, I am giving one space. So what the split method will do, as I told, three different strings will get created. Swaroop Nadella Academy. So place the cursor on the split method. What is the return type? String of arrays. So we have to create a string of S I am giving and giving. This is the output. So output will be an array of strings. So here split method if I am placing, so it will return split the string around matches of the given regular expression. So here the expression is single space. So if I am printing this particular s on the console, so if you remember this arrays methods, so arrays dot toStrings of s. So this s is an array, so that's why I'm passing here. You cannot directly print the values. Previously also I told, so directly an s array values you cannot print. You have to use arrays dot toString method. So if I am executing this, run as Java application. So all these three words, right? These three words are stored in an array and they are retrieved one after the another. Suppose I want to print s of 0, only s of 0, first index only I want to, like the 0th index only I want to take. So Swaroop is coming. This is similar to arrays concept, exactly same as arrays. Only thing is we are using split method here. This is the split method is very important. In any programs you may need to use it in future. So it is taking the second word, first word, second word, like this. If you are using arrays dot toStrings, or if you are picking up each value, that is totally fine. And the splitting here I am taking using an space character. So let me take more examples. So the split method will play. So I am going to take s2 or str2 equal to. So let me take some example which is little complex. So let me take test user @gmail.com. So I am going to take some email ID. Suppose I want to split using this @ right? Maybe if you have any use case where this mail ID will be keep on changing, right? It can happen like the mail ID, it can be test user or test user 12345, or it can be test 12345. It can be anything. So your requirement is you have to split the string, like use the split method on with the character. So that is also possible. So what we have to do, str2 dot split of. Instead of space, earlier space I have given, here you can give @. So what this will create, it will create an array of strings. So s2 of array equal to, so we are storing this in an array of strings s2 variable. And if I am printing these values, so how can I print arrays dot toString, toString of s2, run as Java application. So test12345 gmail.com. So with the @ character also it is splitting up the values. So based on the whatever character you are giving, right, it will split the values. So I will give you like one or two more examples. So let's see. Um, so I'm going to give some example like some amount, right? Let me take maybe some dollar 1 comma 2 2 3 comma 4 5 6. So this is an amount value which I am storing in a string variable, and it is having this dollar symbol. So there is comma. So using the comma also, if you want to split, right, it is possible. So let me store s3 square bracket array equal to str3. Sorry, here I should give amount dot split of, in double quotes I am passing comma. So I need to print it on the console to visualize it. So arrays dot toString of s3, run as Java application. So you can see this is splitting uh, using $1 23 4 5 6. If you, maybe you may think that this existing value is also same and here also it may be same, but if I am using another print statement, and let me call s3 of 0 1 1 I am taking, sorry. So s3 square bracket 1. So now value of 23 should come in the output. So here 23 is coming. So instead of 1, I am taking the 0th index. So run as, so $1 is coming. If you want to extract 456, we have to pass the index 2. 0, 1, 2. So this is 0, this is 1, this is 2. So the comma separator is splitting here in this case. So like this, any character you can pass here in general, and you can split it. So run as Java application. So 456 is coming. So if I'm placing cursor on the split method one more time, so it is taking an like some expression here and it is splitting accordingly. So it is taking something like regular expression. So uh, we can use any normal characters in general, but there are some special characters like you cannot use star and you cannot use something like percentage cap. There are multiple things. So maybe I'll provide more information tomorrow. Even we don't generally need it, but maybe some programs on regular expressions I will show you. Then maybe you will understand why we are not using this. So you should not use some specific characters, but all the alphabets or all spaces, at the rate, comma, or even you can use the dollar symbol. Any kind of normal symbols you can use, but there are some symbols like I told about this delimiter, right? So some characters should not be used which are used in the regular expressions. There are something like regex and patterns. There are some little advanced concepts which are useful for writing some regular expressions. So those kind of characters should not be used in this regex. So I think some errors might come. So I'll give more information later. So I need to also check. We don't generally need it, but for additional info only. So here all the basic characters, anything you can pass. So I have given you the example for space, at the rate, comma. So all the regularly used values you can definitely use here. And let me close this and I'll give you one more, maybe one basic example of the replace method. So I'll create a new class, strings example. This is 7. So select public static void main. So let me close this. So I'm taking a string amount again. So here in the amount, I'm taking double quotes, dollar one, maybe 12.34.567, something like this. So if I need to remove the comma, right, what I have to do? Previously we have learned it. So replace method. So if I want to remove the comma, we have to use the replace method. So what we have to pass here in single quote, we can pass this comma. So comma I can pass, and if I am giving empty quotes, it will replace all the commas. So all the commas will be replaced with empty character. Maybe somebody can ask you some program, give you basic string, right? And they can ask you, you remove the dollar and remove the comma and give me some output. So then how can you extract it? So let's see, like first of all, I am removing the comma. Let me print this using the replace method. So let's print on the console. So I think it is throwing error. So what is the error? Invalid character constant. Okay, I'm going to give single space instead of comma for time being. So single space we have given, and similarly like dollar also you can remove here. If I'm placing dollar here, so dollar is removed and comma. So instead of single quotes, maybe let's use double quotes. So double quotes I'm giving comma, then double quotes I'm not giving anything. So in case of single quotes, it is not allowing me to give space. So let's give double quotes for now. So let's use strings instead of character. So all the commas are removed. Now on this again put replace. So first of all, let me copy this. So copy this, put dot replace. So now what I am giving in double quotes, give dollar, and here give empty double quotes. So let me remove this zero, put empty double quotes, nothing. Control Z. So sorry, zero is there, double quotes. So first of all, I have removed the comma, and on that I have again put replace and removed the dollar. Here I am not passing anything. I am passing an empty character, so it will be removing the unnecessary text. So the output I need to extract only the number. So maybe this is the basic program anybody can ask in interview, or you can also have some use case in the automation where you have to extract only the numbers. So if you want to perform mathematical operations, right? So you need a number only. You should not use a comma or like string. If you are converting to integer values, then you have to remove these commas and dollars. So maybe some use case can be there in automation whenever you are doing in future. So you have to use this replace method in order to so this is a basic example around removing comma and dollar. Let me run it one more time. So you can play with this like anything. Like I can put more example like this. Yeah. So just a minute. Yeah, so this is up to like a few things I have planned, and I'll also show you one more program. So this is a basic program in interviews frequently asked. So you can also think about the string amount, right? So this is also maybe some people can ask in interview also. So just remember it, and if you have any other kind of programs also, do bring it tomorrow. We can solve more strings problems. So strings is very important in terms of interviews. So arrays and strings. So now I will solve you one basic problem around the strings, which is very popular. So it is reversing and string. So let me reverse string. So I'll just give the name as reverse string. So what is the goal of this reverse string? I'll explain. So reverse a string. So without any inbuilt, without using inbuilt method reverse. So there is no reverse method in the string itself, but there are some concepts like string buffer and string builder where reverse methods are there. So uh, you should not use any inbuilt method in order to achieve this output. So how can you solve this? So first of all, let's take an string like Swaroop. So this is one basic reversing the string, but there are many other combinations people can ask. So if you have multiple words, how can you solve? So that examples we will see tomorrow, but today we'll see a basic example here where I'm taking a single word for now, and I need to have the output printed like this. So I mean I need to store it in an another string, which will store like POORAWS. So it should print like it should store in the reverse order in another variable. So for that I will take rev like reverse, and initially I will put an empty quotes here. So empty quotes means it is an empty string it will create initially. So using the caret method, if you remember caret method we have used it previously. So we have to use that caret method in order to solve this problem. So first of all, let me take some integer variable I equal to 0. So for loop I am using here because I want to iterate all these characters. So 0, 1, 2, 3 like this, all characters I want to iterate. So 0th index I am starting and I am ending at the last index I plus plus. So here rev initially what I have to do str dot char. Here the method is caret and if I am giving caret I, right? So why it is throwing error? Okay, cannot convert the this caret method will give only single character, so it is giving type mismatch. So along with the single character, I need to also each iteration I have to append the reversed character also. Like every character I am going to append here. So let me run. I think this is not the correct program. So let me run it once. So the output is not coming. Let me open this from here. Show view console. Okay, I didn't print anything. That's why nothing is opening. So let me print reverse. So again, Swaroop is only coming. Why? Because I am storing it in the ascending order. So I need to start at the last position. So here instead of 0th index, let me start at the last index greater than or equal to 0. I minus minus. So initially I have taken an empty string. So empty string I have taken. And from the last index I need to iterate, right? So my goal is to print the values from the last index. So here the logic I have taken incorrect because I am starting from the first index and I am storing it into the reverse. So that's why it is coming in the same order. So if you want to achieve this reverse program, you have to start from the last index. So let me execute this one. So I have taken and I minus minus. So let's see. So this is the logic. So if you want to store the value of reverse from the last, you have to navigate from the last character. So using this char at method. So this logic I did a mistake. So I think if you practice, this is a basic program. You have to definitely practice and this can be frequently asking in interviews. So maybe they can ask you a different ways. So there can be program like str string str equal to maybe let me take some word like this. So the output expected, right? Output can be like only the position of the like the words only should get interchanged, not the characters. So in this example, all the characters are interchanged, but only the position should interchange. You can think about it, maybe treat it as an assignment. So maybe it's like an assignment for you. You think about it, how can you solve it? So the output should be coming like this. Input is this, and the output should come like this. So you can take multiple words like this. So maybe I can take multiple words, something like this. So the words character should not reverse. Only the position of the word should reverse. So testing should come first, then Nadella, something like this. So there are multiple ways in this way. So some programs I will try to show you tomorrow. So whatever I planned, I think I covered most of the topics. So these are all basic topics. You have to practice all these methods what I told in this class. So also like let me go back to the one of the assignments previously I have like one of the students shared some programs. So let's try to print these values. So let me take this. So today I will solve these things. So I'll create new class. So strings programs. So basic programs. So select public static void main, and I'm going to declare all these values. So multiple strings I am declaring. So in this case, what happens? Let's print and understand. So S1. So if I'm executing S1, so Java 10, 20, 30, 40. So this pluses came from left to right, the execution will happen. So after Java, everything got appended because the first string is there. So all the other characters addition did not happen. So the same way, let me try for the subsequent also S2. So if I'm printing the second string, you can see like previously also I told about addition, right? So today's class I told about addition. So plus two integer values it did addition, two strings it is concatenation, one integer and one string is concatenation. So here 10 plus 30 is left to right it is happening. So 30 is coming, then Java is coming. But after the string left to right everything is concatenating. So there is no addition happening in this case also. So only when it start with number the addition will happen, and all the subsequent things are treated in the middle some string is coming, so everything is treated as a string only. So let me take the third one also S3. If I am running again the third one, so third one you see 10 is there, then it is a string. So everything after the from left to right everything is considered as string only. If in between some string is there, so everything after this nothing, no addition is happening. But initially if it is starting with number, right, then only the addition is happening. 10 plus 20 is 30. After that Java is coming 30, 40. So maybe this you can treat like a tricky interview question. So it was shared in our class only by the students. So they are facing this in the interview. So maybe you can also encounter in future. So S4 if I am printing, so 10 plus 20, right? So 30 is coming. 10 plus 20 is 30. Then after that everything is printing as a string only. Concatenation is happening. So from left to right all the values are happening addition and then concatenation. These kind of questions also you can expect in interviews. So try to practice this program. So this is maybe some basic concepts around strings. So run as Java application. So this 20 and 30 also you see after string, right? Everything on the left is concatenation only. 20 and 30 there is no addition happening. But if I put a bracket here, addition will happen. Let me put one bracket. So first of all, let me maybe create another string. So I'll create one more string S6. I'll put a bracket here and I'll print this S6. So with bracket it will consider addition because the brackets whatever value is inside it will perform those operations, and then finally the output will be considered for the concatenation. So if bracket is there then it will be addition only will happen. You can take any other example. So let me take even this example and I'll put this as S7. So instead of S1 let me put S7. S7. So here I am going to give bracket. So for everything I am giving bracket. So 40 plus 30 is 70, 30, 100. So S7 should be Java 100. So Java 100. So if there is a bracket, it is considered as addition, but without bracket, it is considered as concatenation. So everything is concatenated and all the values are placed one after the another. So this is a good question. So I think you can practice this. So hi everyone, welcome to the day 11 of Core Java. So in the yesterday session, we learned about the basics of Java strings and how can we use different inbuilt methods in Java. So today we will learn more about working on coding of some of the problems in Java strings and also some advanced topics in Java strings I'll discuss today. So if you don't have some understanding around the Java strings, so try to pay more attention today. Yesterday is little easy because every method we are using inbuilt methods. So today we will see both in terms of logic and also there are some more topics around immutability, mutability. So this kind of terminology is new to you if you are not heard about it earlier. So let's get started. So today we'll also discuss more about strings topics in Java. So this string topics are very important in programming any automation frameworks or even in interviews also they will ask different kind of questions. So try to pay attention what I am saying and try to understand and ask questions. Use the chat box and if anything, like at the end of the session, I'll give you more examples if you are not understanding something. So ask questions and get it clarified if anything is there. So first of all, let's get started and I will create a new class. So let me close all these things. So I'll create a new package. So today day 11. So I'm creating a package day 11. So with small letter day 11, click on finish. And then so yesterday we discussed about reversing an string program. So today we will see again. So there are multiple approaches we can reverse a string. So yesterday I showed you only one way, but there are multiple approaches in which we can reverse a string. We'll see like how can we achieve that goal, like reversing a string. Reverse and string. Select public static void main. Click on finish. So our program is about reversing and string. So there are different kinds of string classes in Java. So string buffer, string builder. Um, so in we have learned yesterday majorly all the important methods of the strings. So this string class, right? So string class we are creating a variable. Let's suppose and I'm giving some string like welcome here and str dot. So yesterday we learned about caret method and concat method equals content equals trim and there are many other methods. So but there is no method like reverse in Java strings. So this you need to remember. So if anyone asks you, like they will try to confuse you in interview also, there is no method like reverse in Java string. String class. String is a class, so it does not have any method called reverse. Only in string buffer and string builder. Those are other classes in strings that is having the reverse inbuilt method. There is no direct inbuilt method in the reverse class. So if you have to achieve using these strings, I have declared one string called welcome here. So this string, if we need to reverse, I need to write some custom code. I cannot use any inbuilt method. So if anyone asks like, is there any reverse method in string? You should say there is no inbuilt method. Uh, there is a inbuilt method in string buffer and string builder. You can say that. So there is no inbuilt method. Now I will show you the first approach. How can we reverse a string in Java? So this is a custom code I am writing. I will be writing some for loops and some logic I will build, and using that logic I will solve this problem. So I am having this welcome string and the expected output is what? Expected output is it should print like it should be stored in the reverse order in another variable. So EMOCLEW. So this is the reversed string. All the characters should get reversed, and that I need to store in another variable. So for that, what I will do, I will create a new variable rev as a string, and I'll assign it with an empty double quotes. So only double quotes I am giving, the starting and ending double quotes, and no characters in between. So what it will do, it will create an empty string. So this empty string will not have any characters. It will be like only dummy variable is created here. And after we write the whole logic, whatever output I am expecting, right, the reversed value should be stored in this reverse variable. That is what I am going to achieve now. So for that, we should write a for loop. So a for loop is required. Inside for loop, what I have to write? So I need to initialize some value. I should write a condition, and I should increment or decrement, right? So if I need to reverse the value, so what exactly the first character is coming? E is coming. That means I have to start at the last index, and then if I need to go from last index E, I need to go. Then I need to go to M. Then I need to go to O. Like this, every character I need to decrement. So first of all, I need to start at the last index of the input string. This is the input string, and output should be coming like this. So if output should be coming the last character, right? So I need to take an initialized value like I equal to str dot length -1. So why I am giving -1? So the value will start with 0. The strings and arrays, every index will generally start with 0. So the last value will be length -1. So this is the initialization I need to do, and I need to give greater than or equal to 0. I am starting with a big value, and I need to start at the last index, and I need to stop at the 0th index. Beyond 0 we should not decrement. So I need to give I minus minus. Why I minus minus? Because I started with, let's say, like this is the length of the string is 7. So I started at the index 6. 7 minus 1 6, and if I'm decrementing by 1 every iteration, so finally my value will be 0. So if I need to reach 0, right, from 6 to 0, I need to reduce the value. If I'm giving plus plus, 6 will become 7 8. So we should not increment, we should decrement in this case. And inside the for loop, what I am going to write, rev equal to, so first of all, let me take this variable, and I will be trying to assign the value of the variable. uh, the reversed value I am going to store in this rev variable. And if I need to get a single character, right? Yesterday we learned about the str.caret method, caret. So if I am taking this variable and using str.caret, then it will based on the index that I am passing, the character will be returned. So here I am starting with the I. So the last value if I need to do, so then what I have to give, str.char at I. If I am giving str.char at I, it will return the last character. So initially the rev is empty. So let me put rev plus str. So every iteration, what will happen? Each and every character will keep append concatenation. Like plus is the concatenation operation. So every iteration, the concatenation will happen for every character. First of all, E will come. The next iteration M will come. The next iteration O. Next iteration C. Like this, all the characters will get concatenated using this plus operator. So this will be generating a single character. So every character will get appended, and finally we will get some output. So let's try to print it. Rev I am going to print. So first of all, let me execute. I will also show you how to debug this code. So welcome is coming in the reverse order. So all the characters are reversed. So if you want to also showcase the input also, you can give str here, run as Java application. So welcome is the input, and this is the output. So EMOCLEW. So it has printed in the reverse order. Now let me try to debug this code if you want to understand what exactly is happening. So I'll put a breakpoint at toggle breakpoint. Right click and put toggle breakpoint here. Save this program and debug as Java application. So my control is waiting at the line 12. So uh, let me put the cursor on this. So str variable is initialized with welcome and rev is initialized with empty, right? There is no value here. If you see, value is empty here. In case of str, the value is welcome. Now if I place the cursor in rev, initially it is empty. So if I iterate at least one iteration, right, then it will be uh, having the single character. So str.caret also initially, like, it will show only the method name. So we have to place the cursor on the I, right? I is 6. As I explained, uh, 7 is the length of this string. So 7 minus 1, I is 6. If I place a cursor here, I is 6. So wherever I place, I will be 6 only. So it is the value that is inside this variable. Now let me execute once. So I'll click step over F6 key in the keyboard, you can click on. Then it is iterating for the first time. Then I'll place the cursor on REV. So REV is having the character E, which is the last value. And if I execute one more time, now the index I is updated with 5 value. It has decremented by 1. And if I execute this line, then only this value will get updated. Right now the control is here. If I do step over one more time, F6, then REV is updated with E and M, the last two characters. Concatenation has happened. The first iteration E, second iteration M is there. So both are concatenated and you can see REV is EM. So like this, you have to continue to iterate through all the elements. So finally, if you place the cursor on this, it is having this value and it is also printed on the console. If you execute one more time, it will get printed on the console. So this is the basic logic. Like this is using the custom code. You are not using any inbuilt reverse method here. So there is no string is not having any inbuilt method uh, called reverse. So here we are using this caret method using a for loop. So we are using a logic here to iterate each and every character, and then using this concatenation we are just retrieving, like, generating this reverse value. So this one approach you can use. So if interviewer is asking you to reverse a string, you can use this approach. So this is one of the frequently used approach. Everyone will generally know only this solution. So I will show you one more solution. So there is an approach 2 also. I'll close the console. So let's see the approach 2. So in approach 2, I'm going to take a variable s equal to Swaroop. So the reversed variable, I'm going to take again empty string. So you are going to give only double quotes. That means it is empty. So rev1 I am giving. So variable name, if it is same in the same program, it will not allow. So you can see the error. Duplicate local variable rev. So we should not have the same variable name in the same method. So in the same main method, we are having two variables. So create a unique variables. So variable name should be unique always. Now in this particular approach, what I am going to do, I am going to create an character array. So I am going to create an array like this. So ARR square bracket, this is a single dimensional array. So this I am going to use a method called s.toCharArray. So strings is having, like, s is a string, right? So this string is having two char array, one method is there. If I do one more time, two char array. So what it will return? Convert this string to a new character array. So character array will have every character stored as an index in the array. String is like all the values will be stored at the same location, but in a character array, every memory will be allocated. Each and every piece of character here will be allocated one box of memory and like one character. So we have to convert it first of all like this. So this is another approach I am saying, second approach. So first of all, convert your string into an character array and store it into a new variable array. Any name you can give, ARR I have given here. So what I am going to do, I am going to now use the similar logic, whatever I used in the previous step. The approach one, whatever logic I have used, I will use a similar logic. So what is the similar logic? First of all, write a for loop. And inside for loop, the first thing we need to write is initialization. So take s dot length. So here instead of s dot length, I have to use the array that I have created, right? So I need to use arr dot length minus 1. So even the arrays or strings, anything, the initial index will be 0. So the last index we have to use minus 1. Then only we can able to achieve the last index. So give arr dot length minus 1. So I greater than or equal to 0. If I need to reach up to 0, then only the first character I will reach. So 0 is the first index and length minus 1 is the last index. Then do I minus minus. So the for loop logic is exactly same. Only the condition which is inside it will be little different. So here what I will do, I will give rev plus rev equal to rev plus arr of I. So here what is happening? So previously we have used this caret method, which is taking character by character in the string and it is concatenating with the reverse variable. But in this case, I am using an array here and using this array logic. So I am passing the index of each and every array character and then concatenating with the reverse variable. So both the approaches are okay. Like if you are solving this reverse string using either approach 1 or approach 2 in the interview, that is totally fine. And if interviewer is saying that do not use a caret method, then you should definitely use this only. There is no other way. So you have to use this two char array. If he is saying that caret you should not use, then you should use two char array. So first of all, let me print the value and I will debug you in a few minutes. So rev1 I need to give. So here rev1 I have given, right? So let me correct the variable names. rev1. So rev1, then run as Java application. So this is about the first method and the second approach is Swaroop is reversed. If I want to also see the input value, let me give S. So it will print the run as Java application. So it will print the input and output. So if you also want, you can comment out this first code and we can only use the second code. So first code I am going to comment. So if I execute one more time, only the second approach output should be generated. So Swaroop is the input and it has printed all the characters in the reverse order using this approach. So you can use either caret method logic or you can use the two char array logic. So both the approaches you can use. So even there are few more approaches, but those are inbuilt methods. So if I tell you about the approach 3, so approach 3 is using the inbuilt methods in string buffer and string builder. So initially I told you at the starting like a string is not having any reverse method. Like we are having trim contains, content equals, there are many methods like caret, all these methods are there in string, but there is no method like reverse. So this is very important, you should remember. So string is not having any reverse method in by default, but string buffer and string builder, there are two more string classes in Java which are having the reverse methods which is inbuilt to them. So that how can we write? I will just explain you. So try to understand what I am saying. So string buffer we have to create one variable. So string buffer is also a class. So for that what I will do as str2 I will take a variable, and you may think like I can assign a variable value like this. So string buffer or string builder. These two classes, it's not allowed to create a value like this. So cannot convert from string to string buffer. So similar to how int, float, long, double, all these values are unique data types, right? Similarly, string and string buffer are unique data types. So you cannot like if you are assigning a value with double quotes, it is treated as a string only. This string you cannot assign to a string buffer or even string builder also. You cannot assign it in double quotes like this. So if I place the cursor here, type mismatch cannot convert from string to string buffer. Why it is throwing the error? Because if I specify a value in double quotes, it is treated as a string only. So this string it cannot be mapped directly to the string buffer. So we need to avoid this approach. It's not possible. So we have to use a new operator here, new keyword, and create a new buffer, new string buffer, and then in double quotes inside the string buffer calling you need to give double quotes and pass the value. So this is how you can create a new object like this. So this is allowed, but you cannot directly assign. So how in string directly I have assigned the value, right? This way is not possible in string buffer. So first of all I have declared a variable str2 and I have assigned this value. Now let me comment out even the approach 2 for time being. Approach 2 I am going to comment out. So only approach 3 is going to be enabled, and we'll start writing some programs. So even string builder is one more class is there. String builder str3 equal to, let me try to put any message like welcome string. So again the same error. So if you place the cursor here, type mismatch cannot convert from string to string builder. So place the cursor here, cannot convert from string to string builder. So this is a string which is considered in Java. It cannot be assigned directly like this. So you have to use a new keyword and use string builder, and then you can declare a variable. Any value I can pass as a string inside. So what this will exactly do? It will create a new object, and this new object will be assigned to this str3 variable. So first of all, let me comment out the string builder. String buffer, we will understand the reverse method. The logic will be exactly same for string builder also. So str2 dot type reverse. So you can observe that there is a reverse method. So let me type one more time, reverse. So if I place the cursor here, what it is saying, causes this character sequence to be replaced by the reverse of the sequence. So it is saying so much content, but only thing you need to understand here is that all the values will be replaced and it will get reversed. So I have created this value. First of all, let me print this value str2. So I am initially declaring a variable, and then I am printing this value. Now I have done str2 dot reverse. So let me print this. So str2 dot reverse. Right click and run as Java application. So you can see Swaroop is there, and it is reversed all the characters. So this is the inbuilt method usage. The same approach is not possible in string because there is no reverse method. Java programmer, the Java programming, whoever has developed, right? They didn't provide any inbuilt method for the string class. But for string buffer and string builder, there is a reverse method. So this is approach 3. You can use the dot reverse method, and you can able to achieve the reverse value. So uh, generally in the interviews, they will say the problem statement like how it is, reverse and string without using an inbuilt method. So what they'll say, reverse and string without using inbuilt method. So what this exactly means that you should not use a reverse keyword method, whichever is available in string buffer or string builder. You should not use that method, but you can use any method which is taking character by character, right? This inbuilt method, if you are not using, you cannot achieve the problem. So caret method you can use, or to char array. These two you can use, but if they are saying like reverse and string without using inbuilt method, then you should not use this method. You should not use a string buffer or string builder, and there is a inbuilt method that you should not use. If they are clearly saying that reverse a string without inbuilt method, then you should use this character by character. You should use a for loop and achieve the reversed value. So approach 3 I told, right? Approach 4 is exactly same. So the string builder I am going to take now, and I am going to place in approach 4. str3 I have taken new string builder of welcome, and then let me print the first str3 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 dot reverse, run as Java application. So the approach 3 is for string buffer. So Swaroop I have taken, and it has generated an output of reversed value. Welcome I have taken in string builder, and it has reversed all the characters in the reverse order. So this is about using the inbuilt method approach 3 and approach 4. And approach 1 and approach 2 is using the for loop logic. So here we are taking the length and we are reversing everything character by character. So this is very popular interview question. So if they are asking on strings programs, right? Maybe this is one of the program they can frequently asking, like if you attend 10 interviews, in 5 interview they will definitely ask this. So practice whatever logic I explained today, and it will definitely help you. So let's see, like there are more concepts around string buffer, string builder. I'll explain you some logics, and uh, yeah. So let's first of all let's close this reverse string, and let's go back to the so there are questions. So first of all, let me go through. So I'll explain you differences of string buffer, string builder, and even there are many programs we have to discuss. So I'll explain you step by step. So first of all, string is a class. Then string buffer is also in class. So all these three are classes: string buffer, string builder. So there is an important concept here, like string is called as an immutable object. So what is immutable object? What is mutable object? I will explain you. So first of all, we'll with examples we'll understand what is this terminology and what exactly is happening. So first of all, try to understand the terminology. So immutable object, this is a term, and there is a term like mutable objects. So immutable objects and mutable objects, these are two terms which are applicable to the strings. So strings can be stored either in the string class or string buffer or string builder. We can store the strings in any of the data type, like the string class or string buffer or string builder. If I am storing a string in a string class, then it is called as immutable. And string buffer or string builder, if I am storing, right, those are mutable objects. So what exactly immutable objects means? We cannot change the value, like we cannot change the value of this variable. Suppose I have assigned some value, right? Uh, that value cannot be changed in the memory. So suppose some memory is allocated to the Java string I am declaring and assigning in the program like welcome. Let me open this. So there is a welcome I have declared, right? And if I am doing some operation, so after that operation, the value in the memory will not get updated for this welcome whatever values. That we will see in a program, then you will understand. In terms of the string buffer and string builder, these are called as mutable objects because we can change the value. Why we can change the value? Because the programming allows both these classes to change the value in the memory. Whatever memory it is holding, right? It will support to change the values. That is called as mutability property. So we can able to change the value in this case. In case of immutable objects, we cannot change the value. So for understanding that, I'll explain you few programs. Then you will understand this topic. What exactly I am explaining you. So first of all, remember this. So if anyone asks what is immutable in any program, like anywhere in interview or anywhere, you should say that we cannot change the value of this. And mutable objects means we can change the value. Now these two topics you will understand when I write some programs around this. So first of all, close this and I'll explain you with the program. So now let's create a new class. So mutable versus immutable. So I'm creating a name like mutable versus immutable objects and then select public static void main and then click on finish. So in order to understand this, first of all, I want to take an integer array. Why I'm taking an integer array, you will understand. First of all, let's understand what exactly is happening in this case. So I'm declaring an integer array and I'm assigning some values, suppose 11, 22, and then I'm taking 9, 8, 9, 3, 45, any random values. So I can, so this is an unsorted array. So all the values are in the jumbled order. It's not a it's not ascending order or descending order. There is no sorting here. You see 11 is there, 20 is there, then 8 is there, 9 is there, 3 is there, then 45, 88, 55. And if you want 77, you can add. If you want any other value, like this is an unsorted array. So let me print this value on the console first of all. Arrays dot toString of ARR. So what exactly this will do? It will print the values on the console. So let me execute this. So that concept is not yet completed. So first of all, understand this. So we will come to this topic before coming to this, right? You have to understand uh, what is immutable objects. So mutable object, first of all, you understand. Then you can understand the immutable also. So to understand the mutable objects, I am giving you this example. So example is not yet completed. So I have just declared a variable and I have printed it. So what is happening? It just printed the values on the console, which is the unsorted order, unsorted array. So if you remember, I have used arrays.sort and I am going to pass the variable. So here what is happening, right? The sorting is happening in the memory. Every value that is getting sorted, suppose the value number 8 is the number 8 is the minimum value, right? That is coming to the first position, 9 is coming to the second position, after this 11 is coming to the third position. Like this, every value is getting sorted in the memory in this example. So in order to understand this, let me print it after sorting one more time. So here I have initialized and printed the value, and then I have sorted it and I am printing the value. Run as Java application. So this is the input and this is the output. So in the output we have directly taking the array variable value and we are assigning here, right? So what is happening? The values in the memory is getting updated. That means it is a mutable object. What is mutable object? We can change the value in the memory. Whatever the variable memory is there, in that memory the value can be changed and the value will get updated, right? Here the values are getting updated. This is one of the example. Similarly, integer data type, or if you are taking any other data type, we can able to change the value during the runtime. So during the runtime, if the value can be changed, right, that is mutability property. Like the variable memory, every variable will have a memory, right? So in that memory, the value can be changed. That means it is called as immutable object. Sorry, mutability property. We can change the value. This is about mutability property. So we will see more examples around mutability and immutability. So a basic example I told you. So the original values, here the original value is updated after the sorting. So this sorting method has changed the value of arrays, and everything became an from unsorted array, it became a sorted array. You can see 3, 8, 9, 11, 20, 34, 45, 55, 77, 88 like this. It became an sorted array, right? So the values are updated in the memory. So this is about immutability. Then for understanding the immutability concept, we have to take another program. So immutability property. String s equal to new string of, I'm taking some message like this. So I'm declaring a string variable, like let me take str, string str equal to new string of, in double quotes I'm giving welcome. So an object of string is created. Now let me print this value on the console. So I'm going to print this str. So first of all, I have declared a variable and I printed that on the console. So now what I am doing, str.concat. I am using concat method, which we have previously we have used this, right? So yesterday's class we have seen about the concat method. So str.concat I am using, and here something like welcome to Java strings I want to do. So welcome is here, and two Java strings I want to do here. So if I print the value of str again, so previously what I have done, array I have taken, I have printed, I have sorted this array, and the value of array I have printed, right? Here I have taken a string. I am printing the string. Then I have concatenated this string, and I am trying to print the value of this string. So let's see what happens. So array already we understood. So welcome and then welcome. Why the concatenation didn't happen? Because the variable whatever memory is there, that will not be getting updated in case of strings. Even if you are doing the concatenation, or if you are doing any operation, whatever memory the string variable is holding, right, the value in that memory allocation will not change, whatever memory is created. So like we cannot change the value in the memory. So this is an important thing, so you just need to try to understand what I am saying. So immutability property means the value cannot be changed in the memory. That's why any method, concat method, even if you are applying on this, it will generate an output, and if you want to use this value, right, you have to declare here some other variable like str2, some variable you have to create, and if you are using that variable str2, then this is having the concatenated string. If I print this run as Java application, so welcome to Java strings. So this concatenation happened here. So concatenation happened here, but in this case, what is there? Original value of the string is still like that only. This original value did not get changed because of this immutability property. Only strings are immutable objects in Java, but all the other objects are mutable. String buffer, string builder, integer, float, long, double, any value, the value will be updated in the same memory location. But in case of string, the value cannot be changed. There is some deeper logic why it is implemented. I'll explain you during this class. But first of all, understand it is an immutable object and we cannot change the value in the memory. So this is an important thing you have to remember. So I'll explain you with more examples around string buffer and string builder. They are mutable. So we can change the value in the memory for string buffer and string builder. To understand that, let's see some examples. So I am going to create an variable called string buffer. So variable name anything I can give. SB I am giving string buffer new string buffer of in double quotes. I can pass any value like welcome. So similar to the string concat method, right? Here we have concat method. So there is no concat method in string buffer or string builder. So there is another different method like append. There is a method called append which will be doing the same operation exactly like concat method, but the method name is append. If you are trying to do concat here also, right? There is no method. You cannot find a method called concat here. You can try any number of times, it will not come. Only the method is like append. The functionality is exactly same as concat. So here in the append method, we can again pass another string. Either the string in the double quotes you can pass, or you can also uh, pass any variable, that is fine. So I am passing a value here. So I am going to give similar value append welcome to Java strings. So using the append method, I am using this. So give semicolon. So first of all, I have declared a welcome, right? Let me print that value first. So SB I am printing. So this will print an original value. Now I am appending, like concatenating or appending, I am performing on the string buffer. Welcome to Java strings. Now let me print SB. So I have just put append here and I am printing this value. So let's see what happens. Run as Java application. So to understand this better, we should better comment out the previous code. I'll comment out this arrays code. I will also comment out this strings immutable concept. So the mutability program only, let me execute one more time before I explain you. Run as Java application. So you see the input is welcome and the output is welcome to Java strings. So here what I have just simply what I did, the string buffer variable sb dot append I have done and I passed some string value. So I am printing the value of string buffer variable sb. So what happened in the memory, the value is changed, right? In this case, the value has changed. The value got updated in the memory. But in case of string, what happened? It printed only the original value. That is the main important thing you have to understand. If you practice this program 2-3 times, then you will better understand this. So this is about immutable and mutable thing. So mutable means the value is updating in the memory in the same variable. I'm using dot append, but in the memory, the value is getting updated with the concatenated value. Welcome to Java strings. This value getting replaced with this value in case of string buffer. But in case of string, this value is not updated, right? Only the original value is there. So the same logic applies even to with the string builder. So it is also mutable object. So in order to understand this, let me create string builder. So variable name anything you can give, str equal to new string builder. In double quotes I can pass some value like I will give Swaroop. And let me print this value first of all in the console. So str I am printing and then str dot, here also there is no method like concat. Concat method is not there in string builder. There is a method called append in string builder. So Inside the append method, I am giving Swaroop Nadella. So if I am printing the str value, the logic is exactly same. String buffer and string builder, uh, the entire functionality, everything is mostly similar. Only few changes are there that I am going to explain during the differences. But first of all, now understand that both are immutable, like both are mutable objects. That means the value will get updated whenever you are doing append operation. So if I am running this one more time, so Swaroop is taken initially in the string builder and I have printed that and I am doing append with Nadella. So Swaroop Nadella came, right? So system.out.println, this value is updated. That means it is a mutable object. So the value is changing in the memory. So both string buffer and string builder are mutable objects, but string is an immutable object. That means the whatever memory this variable is holding, right? That memory value cannot be changed when you perform a concat operation. So this is about the topic on concept about the mutable and immutable. So try to practice it 2-3 times, then you will better understand what I am saying. And if required, you can watch this video one more time. So string buffer, string builder differences, there is more to explain. So wait for few minutes. So then I'll explain you. So string buffer, string builder. So there are some differences. So differences I'll explain you after some time because this is more of theoretical concept. In terms of automation frameworks, we don't need to learn advanced stuff about string buffer and string builder. But on a high level, we will learn about what is the differences and why they are used like that. And uh, the like Java developers are frequently using this string buffer, string builder. They are creating the big applications, right? They are developing some applications, so they are going to use it extensively. But if you are writing basic programs, you can use strings most of the times. And whenever there is a requirement, string buffer and string builder also you can use. And there are some differences in terms of the memory, how they are allocated, and that we will see. So before that, I want to explain you few more concepts around strings. So first of all, let's understand that. Then after some time, we will explain these differences. So this is little advanced topics which generally we don't need in the automation like a beginner. So if you are developing some frameworks and all, you may need to learn more. So I'll explain you. First of all, let's hold on for this and go through some of those other topics around strings. So there are topics around strings like string comparison. So this string comparison programs also in the interviews or even in the programming you might encounter. You have to understand this concept. So let's understand the string comparison first, how it actually works. So before I explain the string comparison, right, I need to explain you few more some important topics around the strings. So for explaining that, first of all, let's take paint and I'll maybe explain you like in a diagram format. So let's consider this is the memory in Java, right? So let's let's put some name for this. So you may hear about some memory like heap memory in Java. So heap memory is the memory where all the Java variables, runtime variables are allocated. So the name is heap memory. So I am increasing the font. So Java memory is having certain memory called heap memory. In this heap memory, all the runtime variables will be stored. So Now the today's topic is around Java strings. So there is certain memory called string constant pool. So what is the name of that? It is also called SCP. Let me increase this. So SCP. What is SCP? So it is SCP is nothing but string constant pool. So what is string constant pool? Uh, Whenever we are creating some values like this, right? So let me go back. So here we are creating some values like if I open the reverse string. So we are giving some value here, right? Welcome. In double quotes, if you are giving some value like welcome. So this welcome, what exactly happens in the background? In the string constant pool, many variables will be created like this. So every variable will have only single memory allocated. So thus every constant. So this is called as constant pool. Why? Because there is a variable called welcome, and so let me type it. So there can be some other where some other constant. There are multiple constants. Like I can take any kind of constants like Java, Python. All these are different constants that are stored in the memory. In the string constant pool, everything will have only one occurrence. So even if I am creating string variables multiple times, right? Only one of the constant only will be there. So if I am creating Java for 10 variables of strings and including that inside the double quotes. So if I am giving double quotes and giving a value, that will be having some value in the string constant pool. Like in the memory, there is a string constant pool having the constant, right? Only once it will be created. There will not be any duplicates. There won't be any duplicates in the string constant pool. So no duplicates are there. All are unique only. Every value will be unique. So only once it will be there. So only once the values will be available in string constant pool. So the string constant pool will be a part of the heap memory. So heap memory is a huge memory. Inside the heap memory, all the runtime variables will be stored, and string constant pool is one of the part of the heap memory where all the different constants. So each constant is allocated with one memory. And if I am creating multiple variables like str1 equal to welcome, str2 equal to welcome, str3 equal to welcome, any number of times I am declaring, right? Only once it will be available. Every constant will be like it is called as constant. Why? Because it will be there only once in the string constant pool. No duplicates are there. So there won't be any duplicates in the string constant pool. Every constant will be available only once. And suppose there is some new value I am declaring, right? Suppose let me do control Z. I am closing all this. So let me close these things. I'll create a new class. So to understand string constant pool, let me create a new class string constant pool, select public static void main. So try to understand this. This is little interesting and it may not be asked in the interview, but like I see more questions are coming up, right? So uh, to understand why we are giving like string comparison also, if you need to understand before that, you have to understand the logic of this heap memory and string constant pool. If you understand this better, then when I'm explaining the string constant pool, like string comparisons, and there are many more questions. The yesterday also we discussed about like string value in double quotes and string equal to new string, right? There are some more topics. We'll understand that. Before that, understand this heap memory. So heap memory is the memory where the values are stored in the runtime, and there is a memory specially allocated for the strings that is called a string constant pool. Yeah, just a minute. So it's raining heavily here. Yeah, I'm just closing the window. Yeah, so I'm good. So heap memory where the runtime values are stored, and there is a string constant pool where all the constants of the strings are stored, and every value is allocated with only once the memory is there. There will not be duplicate values in the string constant pool. Every value will be there only once. So up to this it's good. So now let's write some I'll declare some variables like this. So str equal to, so let me put welcome. So I'll declare multiple variables like this. str2 equal to, if you are getting more questions, first of all, listen to what I am saying. Otherwise, you will miss. So all your questions will be answered slowly. So try to understand what I am saying before you think about more questions or doubts. So I am declaring a variable called str equal to double quotes welcome. This is called as string literal or string constant. This constant will be somewhere in the memory, right? Some memory is there for that in the constant pool, SCP. So again I am declaring str2 and giving welcome again. So what happens? So whatever memory this welcome is there, right? That same memory will it will get allocated to str1, str and str2. So let's think about let me put the variable names here. str, str2, str3. So I'll increase the font of this. So let me try to reduce it. So all these three variables, right? All these three will point to welcome only. So welcome will be only once in the string constant pool. If I am giving the value inside the double quotes, it is uh, it is the value that is available inside the string constant pool, and all these three will point to the same value, which is welcome. So welcome will have some memory in the string constant pool. That value, that constant will be assigned to this. Suppose I have already declared this value. Now I am giving str equal to Swaroop. I am giving. So you may think that the value inside the str memory it is updating. But the value of constant will not change, right? The value is already there in the memory. So what will happen? The str whatever is pointing, right? This str will now start pointing to the Swaroop. The memory whichever having the welcome will not be updated. That is called as immutable object. So this welcome object will not be updated in the memory. In case of heap memory, right? Some memory is allocated, and we'll discuss more on that. But in terms of the string constant pool, some welcome memory is there. So this welcome is stored in some memory location. That memory value will not be updated, so it will be staying the same because this is a constant which cannot be updated. That's why strings are called as immutable. This is a string, right? Welcome is a string, Swaroop is a string. There can be any other string like Java, Python, Nadella. All these are different strings that are available in SCP. So if I am writing this statement, now this str will start pointing to new string constant. So it will start pointing to the new string constant. The whatever value is inside the welcome memory, right? Welcome is held in some memory address, so that value will not be updated. So this str will start holding a new value, like the it will start pointing to a new constant, which is available in the SCP. So this you have to understand. So immutable property means that whatever memory is allocated to that constant, that value will not update. But the string variable value you can update, it will start pointing to an another constant. So even I can give str2 equal to, let me give in double quotes Java. So initially the value is welcome, but now it will start pointing to another constant. So the constant is already in the memory, that is fine. If the constant is not there, right? Suppose I am going to give str2 equal to maybe some other thing like Java strings. So this is a new constant that I am creating now. If it is not in the string constant pool, then this will get created in the string constant pool, it will get created here, Java strings. So this constant will get created in the memory and it will be mapped to the variable. So if the constant is not already available, it will add to the memory. If it is there already, then only once I told, right? Only once the memory, it will be, the constant will be in the string constant pool. So if I'm even declaring three variables like this, so all these three will point to the same welcome object. So welcome will be there only once in the memory. So and this welcome value in the memory cannot be updated. That is the immutable object. So it's not that the variable value of str we can also always remap, right? This is like uh, suppose uh, we are trying to update the value, so it will start pointing to a new constant. It will not update this value here. So this is about some basic topic around this. So this much deeper in interview they don't ask you, but they will ask you some programs on the string comparison. So that we will see. So when we start doing some program, then you will understand. So first of all, let me put it into this notepad. So heap memory and string constant pool. So around this, if you have more questions, we will discuss. So still there is some more programs I have to explain. After that, if you have more questions around this, we can always discuss today. So in order to discuss the questions, please wait for the end of the session. We will extend for 30 minutes. So now let's learn the string comparison. So first of all, let me save this. So day 11, heap memory, SCP, string constant pool. I am just saving it. So now let's learn little like basic. These are basic concepts, but these are tricky, little bit tricky. Sometimes in the interview also they will ask you these simple programs, and you may do mistakes on this. So string comparison. So string comparison, you have to try to answer little like. So let's. So okay. So the string constant pool class I am closing. I don't need this. So I am going to create a new class. So string comparisons class I am creating, click on finish. Now let me create one variable called str1 equal to. I am going to give welcome here. Str2 equal to. Again welcome I am giving. So both these are two different variables we are creating, but all these two are pointing to the same welcome constant in the string constant pool. Now if I am doing right, if I am doing one operation here, str1 double equal to str2. So this is an expression. What it will return? It will return a boolean value. If you remember the comparison of any values, right? You can compare either numbers, you can compare the floating point, you can compare double values, you can compare boolean, or you can compare even the strings. So if you are using the double equal to, it will be like comparison. And what is the output we can expect? We can expect a boolean value. So the output will be a boolean value. So I am going to write one more thing, str1 dot equals str2. So even the equals method yesterday we have seen, right? Equals also will return a boolean value. Place the cursor on the equals, it will return a boolean value by comparing str1 and str2. So let me execute it. So this is straightforward because both the constants are pointing to the same constant, right? Both the variables are pointing to the same constant. that's why if you are using double equal to or equal to, there is no difference. You can't see any difference. Uh, but in case of double equal to, right, you have to remember this, very important. So double equal to means it will compare the objects. Equals method compare the values of the objects. So in this case, why both is true, right? Double equal to is true and equals is also true. Why? Because the value is same and is even the object is also same. If you go back to this image, so welcome is there only once in the string constant pool. So even if you are creating multiple variables like this string variables, everything will point to the same welcome object. Welcome object is because there only once. So it will be always true, right? If you this double equal to will compare the objects. So what is the object? So welcome is stored in some memory, right? Previously I was saying about the memory. So that memory will be same for both these objects. str1 and str2 is stored in some memory location. So both the objects are same. So the object is same. And coming to the welcome value. So the value, if you are seeing, equal method will check only the value. It will not bother about uh, what is the object or whatever. It doesn't matter. Only the value inside the object it will take. So it is true. This is a simple example. That's why you don't see any difference here. There is no confusion. When I show you some more examples, then you will understand the first example better. So first of all, this is a straightforward. Take two strings which are included in double quotes. So both are pointing to the same welcome object and even the values are same. Object is same and value is same. Only the variable names are different here. So if I am using double equal to, it will compare the objects. If I am using equals method, it will compare the value. So both the values are same here. So this is example 1. So when I tell you example 2 and example 3, that time you will understand what I am saying. So now let me go to example 2. So here I am giving string as s1 equal to new string of, so let me give a different value. I am giving Swaroop in this case. String s2 equal to new of string Swaroop. So in this first example, what I am saying, it will be stored in the string constant pool, right? But if you are enclosing that in the double quotes, this is called as literal string constant or string literal. It will be called as. And this, if you are including in double quotes, then only it will store in the string constant pool. If it is already there, it will not create duplicates. There won't be any duplicates, only once it will be there. If it is not there, it will add into the string constant pool. If it is already there, it will directly point to, like as I explained here in this case, even if I am creating three objects with the same welcome, it will point everything to the same object. So this is about the first example. And second example, if I am using the new value, right, new string, then it will what exactly happen here? It will create in the heap memory. There is some difference in this will create in the string constant pool. So if I am directly assigning with double quotes, the values will go to the string constant pool. But if I am creating with the new, right, new keyword, then a memory is created inside the string in the heap memory. So outside the string constant pool, some memory it will create, and inside this memory, the values are allocated. So the first one is Swaroop I have taken, right? This Swaroop will be coming and it will be stored in a new object here. So Swaroop, and it will be created here. And again I have created one more S2, right? So this S2 will be again different object will get created in the memory. It will not be same object. So let me name it. So what is the name? S1 and S2. S1, S1, this one S2. So every time you are using a new keyword, a string is created in the heap memory outside the string constant pool. This is created outside the string constant pool. It will not create inside the string constant pool. This is very important thing you have to remember. So if I am using a string in double quotes, it will go to string constant pool. If I am giving a new keyword, every new keyword it will create new memory. If I am declaring one more object, right, string s3 equal to new string of, again I am giving same Swaroop. Even if I am giving Swaroop one more time, this S3 will be again created in the heap memory and one more memory. It will create one more memory in the heap memory, and that value will be assigned in that heap memory. So every time it will be different object is created. That is the main difference between using value in double quotes and value using the new string. So if you are seeing this for the first time, I know maybe it is confusing, but I'll explain one more time. So let me go to this program. So go to example one. So all these are created in the string constant pool because all these are constants, right? There is no new keyword here. But in case of example two, there is a new keyword. So new keyword is there. So it will go to the heap memory, which is outside the string constant pool. And the S1, S2, S3 objects will be pointing to that. So whatever address is there, that will point to this object. So S2 will point to this object, which is different. S3 will point to this object, which is different in the heap memory. And this is outside the string constant pool. This is string constant pool, and there is still more memory inside the heap memory, right? Heap memory is very huge, and string constant pool is only some part of the heap memory. So in the other memory area, these new variable keywords will be stored. So now let me take only S1, S2. So that is sufficient. So now let me write the same values, right? So this same comparison I am going to do here also. So let me put sysout, then S1 double equal to S2. Here also a boolean value will come, but what value will come, you need to closely observe this. So S1 dot equals S2. So here also boolean value will come as the output. But the value what it will come, try to understand it. So first of all, let me comment out the first example. We don't need it. If you are seeing that again, it will be confusing. So let me comment the first example. So second example, I have declared a new keywords for two values and everything is inside the heap memory. So everything is an unique object. So if I go back here, everything is unique object. Now if I am running this program, so you see S1 double equal to S2. S1, S2, what I told, right? It will compare the objects which is inside the memory. So every object will have some memory, right? The memory address is different for every object. Similar to how, like if you are living in an apartment, every flat will have some address, right? Similarly, every object in the memory will have some address. So the address can be some alphanumeric character. So maybe the flat numbers in an apartment will be 101, 102, like that. Some address will be there. Similarly, the every object will have some address in the Java heap memory. So these objects will be compared, and if you go back to this diagram, right, S1 is different and S2 is different objects. So since the objects are different, here the false is coming. You have to explain this even in the interview as per your understanding. If they are asking you this program, right, this example is very tricky. They will ask you many times in the interview. So you have to explain it why the S1 and S2 is giving false. Because the new keyword, if you are doing, every time it is creating a new object. So in case of the second case, S1 dot equals, right, what equals will do? Equals will compare the value of the objects, not the actual address. It will not compare the memory address. It will compare the value only. So if I go back to image, what it is holding, Swaroop is holding in the S1, Swaroop is holding in the S2. So only the value if it is comparing, then it will be true, right? Swaroop and Swaroop both values are same, but the address is different. So that's why S1 double equal to S2 is false. S1 dot equals method is true because it is comparing the value only. So this is one example. So try to understand this. There will be two more examples. So example 3, like these are different cases for understanding how the memory is allocated. So in this case, let me take S1, like maybe some other variable I will take str1 equal to, let me again take some value like welcome, str2 equal to, in this case I am taking new value, again welcome I am taking. So in the first case where the variable will be stored, this will be created in the SCP, string constant pool. In the second case where it will be created, in the heap memory, outside SCP. So the first variable will be created in the string constant pool and the second variable will be created in the heap memory outside the SCP. So if the welcome object is already available in the string constant pool, right, the same object will be mapped to the str1. If it is welcome is already not there, then it will create a new constant in the string constant pool and then it will map to str1. So this is about the this one, and if you come to the str2, right, uh, even though there is already like multiple values here, but this str2 will be again created in the memory. So duplicate objects will create any number of times. So let me take one more object here. So here there will be one more Swaroop get created. So in the heap memory, the objects will create multiple times. Like it will not consider if it is there or it is not there. It will not bother. So its main purpose is creating new object, right? You are passing a new keyword. So in the heap memory, it will go and it will create a new object any number of times. In this case, it is str2. So this str2, it will map to this object. So str2 is created and in that memory the Swaroop value will be there. So every time it will create a new object in the heap memory outside sync constant pool. Now let me repeat the same comparison one more time. str1 double equal to str2. So let's comment out the example 2. We don't need that. So example 3, we have taken a welcome variable in string constant pool. Then new string welcome we have taken in the heap memory outside the string constant pool. Now if I am comparing, right, again it will return a boolean value, but whether it will be true or false depends on whether it is in string constant pool or heap memory. So str1 dot equals str2. So this is again returns a boolean value, but value we will explain like what it be there. So now run as Java application. So here it is false, here it is true. Why? This is object is in the string constant pool. This object is in the heap memory outside the string constant pool. That is the reason double equal to what it will do, right? It will compare objects. So in the second case, it will compare values. So double equal to will compare the objects. Equals method will compare values. So this you have to definitely remember, and after today you practice all these four examples. I'll show you one more example. So total in this third case, right? Why this is false? So here it is false. Why? Because the first str is in the string constant pool and second str is in the heap memory. So this both the objects memory is different. So that's why the object comparison is failed and it is returning false. In case of second case, it is both the values it is comparing. It is same, like welcome and welcome both value is same, right? So it is true. So in the interview, most of the times they can ask you this problem. So example 3 they can ask. But before showing you example 3, why I explained you these things, right? Example 1 and 2. Why? Because how the memory will be moving in the heap memory, you need to understand. So try to practice the example 1, 2, 3. So 3 they will frequently ask in the interview. So what they will say? They will give a string literal. This is string literal, string constant or literal. Directly they will put in double quotes. And second case, what they will do? New string of welcome. So this is created in the heap memory. This is created in the string constant pool. And if they are saying str1 double equal to, right, it will be false. Why? Because both the objects are different. In this case, equals method will compare the values. It will be true. So this will be frequently asked, but the other two cases, for your understanding, practice all the three examples. It may look very tricky, but you have to understand this. There is no other way you can memorize this. Try to practice this example. So example 4 I am going to say now. So in this case, let me take one more string. So let me comment out example 3. I don't need it. So here I am going to take s1 equal to, let me take maybe some welcome again. S2 equal to, again I am taking new string of welcome. Now what I'll do, so I'll declare another variable called s3 and equal to s2. Now if I'm writing sysout s1 double equal to s2, so this will return a boolean, either true or false. What it will return? So it is taking welcome and this is an object in the heap memory. This is an object in the string constant pool. And s3, if I am assigning s2, right, it will point to the same object which is in the heap memory. So I have taken a new variable, but I am mapping it to the object which is s2. S3 I am pointing to the s2 only. So this object will be same as, so s3 object also will point to the s2 object only in this case. So first of all, let's try to understand. Let's put the code for these two again. So s1 dot equals s2. So we are comparing both the objects and comparing the values for the first two statements. So this also return a boolean value. So first of all, this is same as previous example, but we will write more statements. That's why I'm explaining. So false it will return. So both the objects are different, and here the values are same. So false and true. Now let me write one more statement. Sysout s1 double equal to s3. So s1 is welcome and s3 is pointing to the object in the heap memory, right? So this what it will return. So let me execute this. So save and click on OK. False. Why false? S1 is pointing to welcome and S2 is pointing to the heap memory. S3 I am mapping to the heap memory. And when I am comparing again S1 with S3, right, it will be false only. Why false? Because this is heap memory object. This is heap memory object. So heap memory object S2. So S3 also will point to S2 only here. Because I am mapping directly S3 with S2. So the objects are same here. This is pointing to the string constant pool. So S1 is not equal to S2. The object comparison equal to is object comparison. So it is false. S1 dot equals S3. So if I am checking the values, whether it will be true or false, it is true. So value comparison is true. Equals will check the values. There are some more things. So sys out. So if I am comparing S2 with S3, what is the output? Both the objects are referring to the same object, so it will be true here. So let me run it. So the last one should be true. So the fifth one is true here. Why it is true? S3 I am assigning with the S2 object. So the object address is same, the memory is same. So this is true. And if I am doing S2 dot equals of S3, even this is true because the value comparison will always pass, but object comparison depends on the memory. So this is true. So yeah, so total 6 values are printed. First two values are for these two cases, S1, S2. Second one is S1, S3. The third two are S2, S3. So these are true, true. These are false, true, because this is in string constant pool. This is in heap memory, and even S1, S2 is also false, true. So these are the different examples, and there is one more logic apart from this. So let me explain you that one. So first of all, so I hope you understood this. So if you have doubts, we'll discuss on this. So first of all, let me comment out the example 4. I need to explain you one more topic. So that is about the concept called intern. There is a method called intern. So this intern method, what exactly it will do, I'll explain you. So we are going to learn a method called intern, which is inside the string only. Similar to the trim and contains method, there is a method called intern in the string. So we will see some example around this. So let me declare some variables like s1 equal to Swaroop, string s2 equal to in double quote Swaroop. So let me create one more variable s3 equal to new string of Swaroop. So in these three cases, what will happen? The first case will be allocated in the string constant pool. Second case also string constant pool. The third case is heap memory outside SCP. So this is about the third case. So now what is the concept of intern, right? So let me write. So I am going to take another object s4 equal to s3 dot intern. So keep the cursor on this. So maybe it's not clearly understandable here. So I'll explain you. So first of all, these two are directly assigned to the string constant pool. If Swaroop is already there in the string constant pool, it will map to the same object. S1 and S2 will point to the same object in the string constant pool. If it is not there in the string constant pool, a Swaroop constant will get added to the string constant pool, and that will be mapped to both S1 and S2. So these two are straightforward. There is no confusion here. In case of S3, right? Uh, we are creating something in the heap memory. But there can be a possibility like Swaroop. Instead of Swaroop, I am going to give Swaroop Nadella. So this Swaroop Nadella, if we go back here, right, it is not there in the string constant pool. If you want to add this Swaroop Nadella to the string constant pool, you need to use this intern method. If you are applying this intern method, that will be what it will do. This Swaroop Nadella constant will get added into the string constant pool. Like this string will get added to the string constant pool. But if I'm assigning to the variable, then only it will hold some value. The value of s3 will be same as s3 will be always in the heap memory. But this value, if you want to map to the string constant pool, that is possible using the intern method. So what the intern method will do? It will map the constant to the string constant pool. If the constant is already there, then it is fine. But if the constant is not there in the string constant pool, right, then it will add. We have to say add to the string constant pool. The constant is added to the string constant pool, and you want to point this constant whatever is added to the string constant pool, right? Then you need to map this to another variable. Either you can put s3 also here. So you should remove the string here. Either you can put s3 equal to s3 dot intern, this is fine. Otherwise you can also put s4 equal to s3 dot intern. So this constant, if it is not there in the string constant pool, it will get added to the string constant pool. And if you want to hold that address in a variable, right, then you can declare a variable called s4, or even you can use the same object. S3 object also you can put the s3 dot intern. Uh, then it will be pointing to the object in the here. So let me add it to here. So I am going to add here Swaroop Nadella string, and let me increase the font of this. So this constant will get added to the string constant pool. It will get added, but if we are not mapping it to some variable, right? So if we are not adding to some variable, it cannot be pointed, right? So that's the reason we have to declare a new variable, and we have to add it to the that assigned to that variable. Because strings are immutable objects, you cannot directly affect any variable, like the value inside the variable will not update. So you have to map it, like every constant you have to declare a new variable. So if you are declaring a new variable, right, suppose I am declaring some variable now, that variable we have to map to this constant which are in the memory. In the string constant pool, some memory is there. You have to point that and assign it to a variable on the left side, and put the dot intern. So this intern method will add to the constant to the pool, and if the statement, if I am assigning to a variable, so the s4 will get mapped to this object. So here s4 will get created. So control Z. So let me create s4. S4. So S4 will get created in the memory. So this S4 will point to the object that is added by the intern. So even these things I am observing frequently, some quizzes and maybe some programs also in interviews they're asking. So try to practice this and rewatch this video if you are not understanding. Uh, if during the Q&A session, if you still have doubt, ask in the chat. I will explain you. So there are a couple of more topics before we can end this session for today. So there is something pending, right? Here we have pending topic about string buffer, string builder. So let me take this out and I'll put at the end of this. So this intern method is also important. Don't ignore that. So what the intern method will do, it will add the string constant. It will add the string constant to the string constant pool, and whatever variable we are mapping on the left side, that variable will hold the constant. If in case if you are not assigning this, this is totally fine. So only simply it will move the constant to the string constant pool, because the S3 variable, it is inside the heap memory, right? Not in the string constant pool. And this constant, if you want to move to the string constant pool, that is possible with the intern method. And if you are assigning it with another variable, then this variable will hold that constant in the string constant pool. Like it will point out. This S4 will point to this constant. That's it. So try to understand this. So this is also an important thing, intern concept. And let's see some differences around string and string buffer. So maybe in the interview also they can ask you some differences of string, string buffer, string builder. So let me give you some examples. So string versus string buffer versus string builder. So strings are immutable objects. That means we cannot change the values. String buffer and string builder, we can change the values. So these are mutable objects. So if you have a requirement of having only mutable objects, right? These are affecting the same memory. So in terms of string, suppose if I'm declaring some variable, like even if you are not getting, still try to understand now. So str equal to, if I am giving welcome, right? Again, I'm not declaring a variable now. I'm assigning a variable now with Swaroop. First of all, I have declared it and assigned with welcome. And second step, what I have done, I have put Swaroop, right? The first case, it is mapping to SCP. Second step, what it is, it is changing the constant. So here, change of constant is happening. So, uh, like str is mapped to different constant in the memory in the SCP. So constant, whatever memory it is holding, that will not change. That is the immutable property in strings. But if I am assigning, this is allowed. So the constant whichever is in the pool, that mapping will change. That's it. The value of welcome will not change. Welcome will still hold in the SCP. So uh, and also this is not memory efficient. Suppose if I am giving str again with Nadella, right? And again str I am giving with maybe let's say like Java strings. So here str I have declared four variables. So finally this str is mapped to this constant, but all these constants are still holding in the string constant pool, right? So here the memory wastage will happen in terms of if you are using strings, these are immutable objects. So multiple objects created in the string constant pool. And all these three statements, some constants are left out, like some constants still will be there in the string constant pool, and there is a memory wastage. So in terms of memory efficiency, right? If the interview also they are asking too depth about these differences of all these three, then you should say that string buffer and string builder are more memory efficient, because the same object the value is changing. But in case of strings, right? Every time a new string is mapped and the previous constants are still in the memory. It is somewhere, but in the string constant pool, it will be somewhere, but the memory is not released, right? It is still there in the memory. So strings are not memory efficient. So some wastage of memory is there in the runtime. String buffer and string builder are more memory efficient. So you can think like more efficient in memory. Memory utilization than strings. So this is one point. So there are main differences about string buffer and string builder. So most of the all the methods and every topic is mostly same. Only slight differences are there. So both are mutable only. Like every variable we can change the value inside the memory, string buffer or string builder. But there are some main differences. So these are not frequently required in your day-to-day automation work, but in Java development projects and application development, right? That is definitely needed. So there is a concept like string buffer is synchronized. So I'll explain you what is synchronized, but this may be a new term that I'm using now. So synchronized means it is thread safe. So what is thread safe? Suppose there are three threads running, maybe some parallel execution can happen in the runtime, right? So there can be three threads running in the memory. So if three threads are using the string buffer same object, single object I have created and I have used in all the three threads. So what is thread safety? So first of all, if thread 1 is there, so there are three threads, thread 1, thread 2, thread 3. So all these three threads are in the memory. So parallel execution is happening. Something is happening. So you don't need to know what it is. But the thread 1 is using this object, right? Only single object of string buffer is there. So if I am using thread 1, the thread 1 is using the object of string buffer. Let's take some string buffer variable SB. So some variable is there. So if thread 1 is using the SB methods, right? So the value it is already assigned, like the runtime is happening. So some value is getting updated on this variable by thread 1. So since it is thread safe, thread 2 cannot use. Thread 3 also cannot use this variable. That is the important thing about string uh, buffer. So these are thread safe. So at a time, multiple threads cannot modify the value of SB like string buffer variable. So string buffer or thread safe. If you take string builder, right? So let me take maybe SB1 is not synchronized. That means they are not thread safe. So the same logic applies here. Let me take three threads. So the same threads I am taking for string builder also. So if suppose thread 1 is trying to access this variable and it is trying to update the value, right, and something it has locked the memory of this SB. But again thread through also can able to access the memory. So it will not restrict, Java will not restrict, any locking mechanism will not happen in case of string builder. So these are not thread safe. We don't need to learn in depth on this in automation perspective, but the developers or in the interview if you need to explain, you need to explain this is the one thing you need to remember, make some notes and try to understand this. So we don't need to do too many programming around this. So even I didn't use it in detail. So only we have to remember that string buffer is synchronized. What is synchronizing? So thread safety is there. So if multiple threads are trying to access the variable, only one of the thread can use it. So that means it is thread safe. Multiple threads cannot at a time modify this value. But in string builder, everything, all the three threads can modify. So there can be some runtime issues can be caused if you are using multiple threads. So string builder is not recommended if you are running multiple threads. String buffer is recommended. So the variable value will be real time, right? Uh, it will be unique and whichever thread is accessing, only that can change. If all the three are changing, then it is not thread safe, and so many runtime issues can occur. If you are up, maybe the developers will create a large enterprise applications, right? Lot of big applications they will create with thousands of lines of code. and maybe multiple users are also accessing the runtime applications. It can be web applications or mobile applications. So there can be lot of issues that can occur. So they will majorly use this thread safety for string buffer and string builder. But for interview perspective, you can explain this. Uh, and even we have some more thing, like if you are seeing the differences even on Google search, right, there will be one more point, like string buffer is little less efficient, they'll say. Why it is less efficient? Because a thread is using, right, that memory is getting locked, and it will be slowing down the application. So so string buffer will be very slow. But the string buffer is fast, and but there is no thread safety, but it is fast. If multiple threads are accessing the variable, it will allow the variable to be changed, and the program will be executed very fast. But the value you cannot real time use it properly, but it is very fast. But in terms of string buffer, it is less efficient because there is a it will be little slow because of multiple threads. So string buffer is less efficient. The same point if you are applying here, so string builder is more efficient than string buffer. And string buffer is introduced in Java 1.0. String builder is introduced from Java 1.5. These are the three main differences. So thread safety and about less efficient. Why it is less efficient? Because multiple threads are there and it is thread safe. So the program will execute slowly. So here the program will execute slowly because of thread safety. The program will slow down. In case of string builder, program will be very fast. But it is not thread safe, so this variable will cause some runtime issues, and application might crash or any issues can happen. So based on the requirement, we have to use it effectively. So these are the differences. So both are mutable objects, we can change the value, and these are more efficient than the string, because if you are using strings, it will create unnecessary constants in the memory multiple times. If you go back to the memory, so uh, here the reference is changing, the reference of the variable is changing, but the constants are still in the memory. Till the end of the Java program, the string constant pool will hold all the constants. So this is less efficient if you are using a large program with huge number of string literals, right? These string constants or string literals. If you are keep on updating this string value multiple times, this is very less efficient and more memory is wasted in the runtime. So, but string buffer and string builder are mutable objects, so memory is efficient. Like the less memory it will take. And coming to the differences, these are the differences. String buffer is synchronized and thread safe. String builder is not synchronized and it's not thread safe. And since it is thread safe, it will execute slowly and it is less efficient. It is not thread safe, so it will execute fast. It is more efficient. And it is introduced in Java 1.0, Java 1.5. Now the version that we are running, right, it is 1.21 we can say. So Java 21. So Java 5 version string builder is introduced, and Java initial version like 0th version or first version string buffer was introduced. So this one nobody will ask, but you can explain the first point. That should be enough. If you are explaining in the interview, uh, synchronized, that means thread safety. Not synchronized, that means not thread safety. If you can point out that thing, and if the other person having some technical knowledge, then he will say okay. Otherwise, you have to little bit explain more on that. Hi everyone, welcome to the day 12 of Core Java. So previously we have learned about the arrays topics and some programs on arrays, and also the strings programs and strings topics we have discussed it like 2 sessions. So today we will have more programs around the strings. So even strings is having a lot of concepts. So I will be covering some of the programs which can help you to improve the coding logics and also the programming. And some of them can be helpful for the interview perspective also. So today we'll focus more on strings concepts around with some programs. So previously we have learned about reversing a string and how can we reverse a string using multiple ways, using a caret method, using a char array, two char array. So there is another popular program like palindrome string. So palindrome string is nothing but when we take some string, right? So let me take some string like string equal to, maybe I am taking a string like Swaroop. So this Swaroop is not a palindrome string. That means the reverse of the string is not the same string. Let me take another string. So string str2 equal to. So there is a string like madam. So this string, if I am reversing, again the output is also the same string. So here the reverse is same as input string. So this we need to validate in this. So we will use the same reversing logic that we used previously using the caret method or two char array. Either one of the approach you can use. And then we will put an if condition to check finally whether the input string is matching the reversed string or not. Then only it will be a palindrome string. So palindrome string is nothing but whenever we are reversing that given string, it should be same as the input string. Then it is a palindrome string. Though so this Swaroop keyword is not a palindrome string because if I am reversing it will be like P W O R A W A W S. So capital or small s. So this is not matching with the input string. So this is not a palindrome. But if you take a string like madam, because this is a popular example, you can have any other string like this. So any string which will be same as the reversed string, right? That is a palindrome string. So we will write a program to understand that logic. Let me create a day12 package. Create a new package, day12. Click on finish. So I am going to create a new class, palindrome string, and select public static void main and then click on finish. Now let me take an input string. String str equal to, since we are trying to check the palindrome initially, let me take the string madam. You can take any other string. So there can be some other strings like refer or maybe more examples we can have like civic, like many English words that are generally available. It can be palindrome string. So if I am reversing, it is same as the input string. So this string, what I am going to do, first of all, I have to also create a reverse variable and create an empty string for this. So this is an empty string. So the logic, I am going to use the reverse program logic only here again. So I am going to take a for loop and start with the last index I equal to str dot length minus 1. So the index start with 0 for strings and end with str length minus 1. If I am navigating through indexes, then I greater than or equal to 0, I minus minus. So I am starting from the last position and I am decrementing here. So this is the logic for decrementing. Start from the last index and I am decrementing, and once I am decrementing I will end with 0 finally. So I should be greater than or equal to 0. So the logic is First of all, take the reverse variable and store the initial reverse value and then concatenate it with str dot caret I. So here I am going to print the input string. So sysout str, and I have taken a reverse variable. Now let me finally print the reverse string. So in order to validate the palindrome string, I have to put an if condition. So first of all, let's see whether this program is working. So I have taken input madam and output is also madam. So here the print statement, I did not use the same string. You can observe that str I have given, here rev I have given. So both are same. So now let me put an if condition. So str dot equals. So we have to validate the value of these two strings only. We should not compare with double equal to, because in previous sessions we learned about the concept of string constant pool and heap memory. So if the objects, mostly it will be same in this case since both are in constant pool. But if suppose you are creating the string in the heap memory, then both will not match. So you should always better to use equals method, which will validate the values. So str dot equals of rev. If both the values are equal, then it will be a palindrome string. And if it is not a palindrome string, it will be not a palindrome string. So I am just putting a message like this. So not palindrome string. So let me close the console and let's execute this one more time. So before that, understand that this is the input string I am taking, any string, and then I am printing it on the console, taking a reverse variable which is empty string. Just give double quotes, starting and ending, no space, nothing. Just it is an empty string. Now writing a for loop to retrieve the logic for the reverse string. So I am starting at the last index for the str input string. So start at the last index and continue to decrement. So here the logic is decrementing the values, and since I am decrementing, the condition should be finally reaching 0. So I should give greater than or equal to 0. And inside we have to take the reverse variable already we have taken, and each iteration only single character is coming. Str dot caret means character by character we are iterating. So we have to concatenate this character into this reverse variable. Initially it is 0, so it will start with M and then A and then D and then A and then M. So finally I am printing this value, and then these conditions are checking whether the palindrome string is or not. This is we are printing this message on the console. So let me run as Java application. So input string is madam and reversed value is madam, and it is saying that it is a palindrome string. So now let me take another input string to validate whether that is correctly validated. So string str equal to, I am going to take Swaroop. So input string is Swaroop and output is in the reversed order, and it is not a palindrome string because this is not an input. I have given an incorrect input which is not in palindrome, so it is saying that not a palindrome string. So this is a simple program. Only logic you need to remember is this logic, and then put in if else conditions. That's it. So this is a basic program. Maybe they can ask you or they can ask you in a different ways. So this reverse logic is helpful for multiple types of programs. So try to practice this. So palindrome strings, I can give you more examples like the different kinds of strings. Like madam is one thing, and race car, right? So if I take the word race car, RACECAR, even the reversed value is also same. So ABCDCBA, maybe ABCDCBA. This is also palindrome. So like this, any string which is reverse is same, right? 1 2 3 2 1. We can take any kind of examples. So just I am typing so that for understanding purpose level, which are valid words generally in English language. So there can be many more words. So these are some of the palindrome strings that are generally we encounter. So these are not actual words, but just for example purpose. So 1 2 3 2 1. Even if I am reversing, it is the same value. A B C D C B A. So the reverse value is also same value. Something like this. So whatever input string I am reversing, if it is matching, then it is a palindrome string. So now let's see some more programs. So the second program is about generate random numbers and strings. So previously we have seen the math.random method to generate some random numbers, but today we will also learn some more other approaches where we can generate some random numbers and strings. So the for doing this approach, right, we have to use an library called Apache Common API. So let me go to Google search. So this Apache Common APIs is one of the Java libraries, jar files. So this library I will download and import into my project, and then we will utilize it. So if there is such requirement in your projects also, you can use it. So let me go to the releases and go to this lang. Click on lang and scroll down, and there is binaries here. So we will download this zip file. Common slang 3.15.0 bin.zip. So select it, download that. So the file is downloaded. So now let me go to the downloads folder. So right click on this and then extract all. So just wait a minute so the extracting will complete. Okay, so this is the folder it got extracted. Now let me go back to the Eclipse. So let me close this program palindrome string, close the console. So now what we should do, right click on the Java tutorials project and go to build path and configure build path. So here go to the libraries tab and click on this module path and add external jars. Select it. Now if I go back to downloads folder, right? So this is the folder that I have extracted. Open that folder and you need to select the only this first jar file only. Other Java docs and sources and tests we don't need. Only one jar only we need. So this is an executable .jar file. So select that one and then click on apply and close. So here if you observe, this referential libraries will get added and this jar file will be imported into our project. So only this jar file is required. So whatever methods are available in this jar file, we will utilize it. So this is one of the way in order to generate some random numbers and strings. So I will write a program. So we will utilize the method that is available inside this jar file. So I'm going to create a new class. Generate random numbers and strings. Select public static void main and then click on finish. Now there are multiple approaches. So the first approach is I am going to utilize the method that is available inside this jar file. So let's do it for the first approach. Okay, so the first approach is not about utilizing that. First approach is utilizing the random inbuilt method in Java. So math.random and random both are different. So let me create a variable called random. So I'm going to create a variable name also random or any other name like random one I can take, and I have to give the name as random, new random. So random variable random is a class. So random one equal to new random. So this is what I need to create a variable. So if you put the cursor on this, it is saying that it is available in the java.util. So select it. So this is an inbuilt class that is available in Java. So using this class, so this is a not a method, this is a class. Now using this class, the variable we have already declared. Now let me, we have multiple methods where we can generate numbers and like integers and floating point values. So if I am using this random one dot next int. So if I am using this method, it will generate integer values. So inside this next int, I need to provide some value like if I am giving value like 10, right? Then it will give the values between 0 to 9. So let me declare an integer variable number equal to random one dot next int of 10. So 10 if I am giving, it will be uh, giving any value between 0 to 9. So if I am printing this, so let's see what will be generated. So the number I am printing on the console. So run as Java application. So you can see 9 is generated. So if I run one more time, number 6 is generated. If I run one more time, number 9 is generated. So it can generate any number between 0 to 9. So every time it will be different. And if I am using this same logic for 100, right? So if I am giving 100 here, so it will be any value between 0 to 99. Any value between 0 to 99. Total 100 values. So here total 10 values. Here total 100 values. So number one, let me declare the integer value and then give it like this. So run as Java application. So 5 and 5 is for the first input number and 80 is for this one. So if I am running one more time, so 7 is generated, 64 is generated. That's how like 2-digit value you can generate. This is for generating 2-digit values. This is generating single digit values. And we can also generate up to 1000 maximum. So you can try it with 1000 here. So it will be starting with 0 and ending with 999. So total 1000 values, any value it will generate. Number 2 and print the number 2. Run as Java application. If I am seeing the console, so 963 130 is generated. If I run one more time, so 857 947. One more time. So 281 538. So like this, any random numbers, if you have such requirement anywhere in programming, you can utilize this approach. So this is one approach. And second approach, we already saw that. So math.random. Let me give the example one more time. So approach 2 is math.random. So what is the logic? So math.random. So this math is in class and this random method is do not need any new keyword. This is a static method. So the static concepts we will see later, but you don't need to declare a variable to use this method. Uh, During the classes and objects, the this statement you will understand. In the next sessions, I will cover the concepts of classes and objects. So for today, you need to declare a variable like this, and you can utilize the values in this way. So you can remember the syntax, but if you have a doubt how this is happening, classes and objects, we have another session in the next two sessions. So math.random we can directly use the math keyword and use dot random, and this method will generate an value which is any value between 0 to 1. So it will generate a decimal value like 0.99, 0.11, any value between 0 and 1. So between 0.0 to 1.0, any value between that, it is a decimal value. If I am printing this particular value, let's see. So it is generating 0.1319086. So if I run one more time, 0.15886055. If I run one more time, so every time it will generate a unique value, which is a value between 0 to 1. It is a decimal value. So this is another approach where you can generate random numbers. This number, if you want to convert to integer format, you can convert, or if you want a floating point value also, you can multiply this value with 100 or 1000 according to your requirement. You can multiply that and utilize it. So this is how two approaches to generate the random numbers. There is a third approach where I have used the library, right? So the library method, I will show you some examples. So that is approach 3. So the approach 3 is using Apache Common Slang API. So we have downloaded an API called Lang, right? So if I go back to the browser, so under which page we are, so Commons Apache is a company, so Common Langs is a library. So that we have downloaded. So that Lang API jar file we have already imported in the referenced libraries. Now the method we will use here in order to generate some random numbers and random strings. So the method is random strings util dot random. Yeah. So random strings utils dot some problem is there. It's not accessible. So I'm just selecting it as a class path, and let's see if it fixes the problem. Okay, so I think some problem is there with this. So this approach I will show you later. Let me resolve this issue and come back tomorrow. So in the approach 2, I missed one more topic. So there is a next double also. So similar to next int, let me show you one example for next double. So next double. I'm going to store in a double variable. So it will generate a double value. So that double value I'm storing in variable called db, and let's print it and then understand that db. So I'm going to comment out this integers for time being. So approach to I'm commenting out, and let's print the only the double. Run as Java application. So it will print, it will generate a value between 0 and 1. If I am running one more time, it will generate a random number again. So different random number 0.49. So 0.55. So this, even this also you can use. So declare a random inbuilt method and then use next double, and you can utilize this to generate any floating point value. This will generate a value between 0.0 to 1.0. So this will have decimal values. So the approach tree doesn't seems to work. So what is the logic exactly we are going to write here, right? So it is very simple. Like we are going to write a method called random strings util. So this is a class that is coming from this jar file. So that class I am going to use and write random here, like random numeric or random strings. We can generate, like if I am giving numeric, it will give numbers. So if I need to generate like five values, right, I need to pass five digit number. If I need to generate a 10 digit number, then it will be like 10 I need to pass. There is some problem like import. Okay, let me try one more time. Okay, I think now it seems to be working. So let me give you the example for approach 3 also. So the approach 3 is, let me comment out the approach 1. So that will conflict with this. So now the approach 3 code is random string utils dot random numeric. So this random numeric method will generate the number of digits that we are passing. If you are generating, if you are giving the input as 5, it will generate 5 numbers. And if you are giving like 7 or 10, accordingly, like the length of the numbers will be accordingly. So let me assign this to a value called num, int num. Okay, so this will always generate a string value. Even though it is saying random numeric, it is going to generate a string. So we have to store it in a string, and if you want to convert that number after generating as a string, you can typecast and convert that as a number. But for time being, let's generate as a string and print on the console. So since I gave 5 digit, it generated 5 digit number. Let me give 3 digit. Run as Java application. So 3 digit is generated. If I am giving again 7 digit here, so even it can generate 7 digit also. So it generated 7 digit. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So if you want 10 digit also, it can generate 10 digit. So this is one method where random numeric method we can call, and that will return in string value, which is storing this number. So you can convert it as an integer if you want. During the wrapper classes and other things concepts, we will learn the typecasting and how to convert the values from integer to strings. But for today, you can practice with this. And there is another logic if you want to generate a random strings also. This is about random numbers, but there is also a possibility to use this random string utils to generate random strings. So that example let me give. So random string variable I am creating, and then giving this random string utils dot random. There is a method called alphabetic. So you can see that random alphabetic, you have to pass the count here. There are other approaches, but we will be using the random alphabetic. So if I am giving 5, let's say, let me print this random string so that we can view the value that is generated. Run as Java application. So it generated 5 characters. So it can be either uppercase or lowercase. Anything which is alphabets it will generate. And if I am giving 10, let's say 10. So it generated 10 characters of alphabets. So if I am giving 15, it will generate 15. So this is an approach using an external library called Apache Commons Lang API. So you can utilize it if there is a requirement as such requirement, but this is totally optional, but based on the requirement we can utilize this. So now let me close this, and we will see some more concepts around. So we have learned about this random number generation and string generation using like inbuilt method. Also we have learned using random and math.random and Apache Common Lang API. So these are jars. This is one jar we are downloading and importing in our project and utilizing it. So this is about second program. So third program, let's see. So third program is about removing the junk or special characters from an given string. So for that, let me give some examples. So string str equal to. Let me take some string like some string is there like Java strings program. So we have a string like this, but it can also have some junk characters like I will give some special characters in between. So the special characters can be in at any location. So in the middle anywhere I can enter those special characters. So so avoid double quotes and single quotes. Apart from this, all the other special characters you can give, because double quotes we are starting and ending. So I have given a some string like this. So there is a concept like regular expressions in Java or any other programming language, but in Java we will learn the regular expressions. Regular expressions is itself a very vast topic, but whatever is required for automation perspective or basic coding, right? So you need to learn a few things. So I will be giving you some examples around how can you remove all the junk characters or any other characters, and whatever is your goal that we want to achieve, right? That I'll show you some examples. So using these regular expressions, we will use a method called replace all. So string is having a method called replace all. So in this replace all method, we will pass a regular expression. So the regular expression will either remove numbers, or it can remove both numbers and alphabets, or it can remove only alphabets, or it don't want to remove, or it want to retain numbers and alphabets. So there can be different combinations. So based on the requirement you can utilize it. So let's see some example code, how can we write these things. So first thing is removing numbers and alphabets, removing alphabets, and we want to retain the numbers and alphabets, but remove all the junk characters. So here we are going to remove the special characters or any junk characters. In general, in the keyboard, I cannot show you some Chinese or some Latin keywords, right? Latin characters, but if you are getting those characters from any other website and you want to pass it into the string, that is fine. Then you can able to remove all these junk or special characters. So let me show you for special characters. So the approach for junk characters is also same approach. So for that, let me write some program around using this replace all. Create a new class. Remove junk or special characters in strings. Select public static void main and then click on finish. So I am going to take an input string str equal to, so Java strings program, and I will insert some special characters. So because the program is about removing the special characters, so I need to insert something in the middle somewhere. So let me give some input like this. So now the replace all method, and before replace all we have to learn about something about regular expression. So as I mentioned about regular expression, regular expression is a very vast topic. So there is lot of concept, but some examples I am going to give today. So we need to pass the regular expression in the square bracket. So uh, so first of all, let's write this replace all method. So replace all. There is a method called replace all. If you observe here, replace all is taking an input of string regex. So regex is like a string only. So that syntax we have to pass here. And the replacement string we can pass anything like empty value, or you want to pass it with every character with letter J or letter A. And similar to the replace method, replace all is also similar method only. Only thing I need to pass a regex here. So the first one is regex and second one is the replacement value. So in the regular expression, how I have to pass? I need to pass it in a double quotes, and I have to give square bracket. Inside square bracket, I have to pass something like this: a hyphen z, capital A hyphen z, 0 to 9. So if I am giving like this, so it will remove all the alphabets in the small case. It will remove the alphabets in the capital case. So A to Z is capital, 0 to 9. All the numbers also it will remove. So it will remove all these characters. I am giving only empty double quotes, nothing else I am giving. So let me remove this square, and this will generate some output, but since string is immutable, right, you have to again map it in this. We have to again refer this reference into this variable, then only like the value we can able to store into the string. You can directly print it on the console, or you can assign it to another variable or same variable, that is totally fine. So now I am going to print this str. So let's see some example. There are more combinations here. One example I am showing you right now. So this logic what exactly does, right? So this logic what it done? It has removed the alphabets and numbers. But my goal is removing the junk and special characters. So for that, how can we achieve? So let me copy paste the same code. And here instead of removing only alphabets A to Z or capital A to Z or 0 to 9, if I am giving a cap symbol, the number 6 is having a cap symbol in the keyboard, number 6. So if you put this special character, it is called negation, right? So negation in regular expressions. So negation means whatever character which is not a alphabet or not a number, that will be removed. So here we want to remove the special characters. So whichever is printed on the console, that will get removed in this case. So I have taken str. Now this statement will remove non-alphabets and numbers. So let's try to see it on the console, how it behaves. I think it didn't print the second variable. I'm not sure. Like, let me declare another variable. So here, since I have reused the variable, it has done some problem. So I have taken an input string and let me take string 1 here. I will take string 2 here. So string 1 I am printing, string 2 I am printing. So just for clarity purpose, because that same str if I am applying one more time, it's not working. So take an input string and we have removed the alphabets and numbers in the first example. This is an example. So this another variable I have taken and on the input string I am replacing the values which are not alphabets or not numbers. So if I am running it one more time, so you can see on the console only the alphabets generated, right? So if you want to insert numbers also, we can insert some numbers like this. So run as Java application. So you see the numbers are retained in the second example. In the first example, we are removing all the alphabets and numbers. So the replace all, what it will do, whatever regular expression we are passing, according to that it will replace all those characters and it will append it with the whatever character we are giving on the right side. So we have given an empty value here, so it's going to remove that. So in this case we have given a cap, right, cap symbol, so that is negation of all these values. So whatever is not matching to these values, only those will be removed. I want to retain both alphabets and numbers, so all the special characters are removed in the second example. So this cap symbol means that it is the opposite. So all these values are retained and the other values will be removed. So let's see, like there can be more combinations. Here alphabets and numbers I have removed. Here I have retained alphabets and numbers. And if you want only like retain only numbers, for that str3 equal to str dot replace all. So let me put in double quotes, square bracket, and I have to pass 0 to 9. If I pass 0 to 9, 0 to 9 will be removed. I want to retain numbers. So give the cap symbol. str2 just give empty double quotes. So if I print str3, run as Java application. So observe the third value, only numbers are retained here. So if I put only 0 to 9, 0 to 9 will be removed. But if I am giving cap, right, it is opposite. 0 to 9 will not be removed. All the other characters will be removed. So let's see the another example. So remove the numbers. So str4. So here remove the cap. So this is 0 to 9 will be removed. 0 to 9 in the sense every number between 0 to 9. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Any number between 0 to 9. So numbers is only 10 digits, right? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So this is the output string for the str4. If you observe, the input string is having numbers 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3. So even if you insert some more values like 000, if I run one more time, all those numbers will be removed. So you see the last value 000 is also removed. So all the values will be removed between 0 to 9. So if I want to remove only alphabets, so this way like same logic we can apply multiple ways. Even during interviews, sometimes I faced these interviews. So they were asking to write a regular expression to remove alphabets, to remove numbers, to remove both alphabets and numbers, or remove special characters. The question can be in any way. It's not like only remove junk characters. That is the only program they will ask. They can ask you to remove only numbers also. Then you need to use this logic. If they want to remove only the alphabets, right? Then let me write some logic. So same logic, just copy paste this code and let's modify that. So str5. So here instead of 0 to 9, give A to Z. A to Z means number like alphabet starts with A and end with Z. A, B, C, D like this. Total 26 characters are there. So all these small case characters and capital also you should directly give like this. This is the syntax. This is not we are defining anything. In the Java regular expressions programming, they have defined it like this. So A hyphen Z if you are giving between A to Z any alphabet it will be removed, and A to Z capital A to Z any alphabet A B C D any alphabet will be removed. So this will be removed with the empty value. So this is about removing the alphabets. So if you compare the input string Java strings program, that text is removed in the last example. So the same logic let me apply for removing all other characters apart from the alphabets. So str6. So we have to give a cap symbol. That means apart from A to Z, every other character will be removed from str6. So Java strings program. So this is like multiple combinations, multiple ways. So this is using both alphabets and numbers are removing. So here alphabets and numbers are retained in the second example. In the third example, we are retaining only the numbers. Here we are removing only the numbers, and here we are removing only the alphabets in this example. So here we are removing everything except the alphabets, like we are retaining the alphabets, or we can say retain only alphabets. So you can play with these regular expressions. So these programs can be frequently asked, and even in automation coding or anywhere, sometimes you have to extract only the number from a string. So you can utilize this. This can be helpful. So this is frequently used in programming. Try to practice this. So I have given like around 6 examples. So try to practice this logic. Let me create one more class. So here we have learned about this regular expression, right? So 0 like 0 to 9, A to Z, capital A to Z, removes these characters from the string. And if I'm giving a cap symbol like 0 to 9 or A to Z, capital A to Z, retains these characters. So this regular expression we have to pass in the replace all method. It is also called like regex or regular expression, and the replacement value, replacement string you can pass either empty value or any other value. This is the syntax. So str dot this way. So the next program is about this is a simple program. So remove the white spaces in the string. So previously we learned about the trim method. Trim method, if you remember, trim method, it will remove the values spaces at both the ends. But here the logic is not about trim method. I'll explain you. So now we are not doing anything about trim method. So trim method will only remove the spaces at the starting and ending of the string, not in the middle of the string. So if I am having some string like str equal to, let me take some string. I am taking some string like Swaroop Nadella Academy. So if I am giving some spaces in the middle of the string, right? Let me see, like anywhere in the string I am giving like single space, multiple spaces, something like this. So if you want to remove all these spaces, trim method will not help you. So you have to write another logic using this regular expressions logic only. There is a logic where it will help you to remove all these spaces. So let me take this input and let's write a program around that. Remove white spaces in the string. Select public static void main, click on finish. So let's take this input. So the logic is simple. Put str dot replace all, and in double quotes what you have to pass? You have to pass /s. And the replacement character I am going to give only empty double quotes. That means empty string I am giving. So this /s means it is going to remove all the spaces in the given string. Whatever string you are giving, wherever space is there, either it can be single space or multiple space, every space will be removed with this character. So if I am giving a character here like let me give a character called Z. Let me give it something like this. So I'm going to assign this str one more time to the replaced value. Print it on the console str. I'm replacing with this z. So every character will be replaced with z. So you see, so z is replaced everywhere. So let me remove z and I'm going to give empty string. So every space is removed at every position. So even if you want to insert more spaces, that is totally fine. So you insert more positions and try it again. So every space is removed here. So only simple logic. Take this str variable and put replace all, put double quotes and put /s. So what this logic will do, it will remove all the spaces. Remove all the spaces in the string. But the second part also you have to give empty value, then only removal will happen. If I am giving like maybe W or X or Z like I showed, that character will get replaced at every position. So the replacement value you should put empty, then only the spaces are removed. So this can be helpful sometimes. So this is also a basic program. So removing white spaces in the strings. Uh, you can utilize it as per your requirement. Okay, so the next program is around. So here the logic is what? Str dot replace all. In double quotes, you have to give /s and give empty double quotes. That's it. So all the spaces will be removed. So now let me write one more program around reversing alphabets alone in the given string. So this logic, what is the input string I'm going to take? So input string is, let's say, like it is ABC123 PQR 45XYZ, something like this. So it can be any string similar to this. So it is having alphabets, it is having numbers, it is having again alphabets, again numbers, and it is having alphabets. So the output expected here is, so we have to have the character reversed, but the number should be at the same position. So characters are reversed means Z should come first, then Y, then X should come. Then 1, 2, 3 should be at the same position. So it should not be reversed. Then we have 4, 5, right? 4, 5, then C, B, A. So in between what we have, P, Q, or we are having. So R, Q, P. Only the alphabet should be reversed, but the numbers should be at the same position. This kind of logic also they can ask in interview. So input string, so the output string is this one. So the numbers are retaining at the same position, but the alphabets are reversed. So these alphabets moved at the last position to the first position, and these positions are reversed, and this ABC is at this position. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The position of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 did not change. So this logic, let's see like how can we achieve this logic. Create a new class. So I'm going to give any name. So reverse alphabets alone in the string. Select public static void main and then click on finish. So I'm going to take the same input. So we can pass different inputs, but let's start with this input and I'll declare it in some variable. So string str equal to this string. So the output expected is this one. So this is the output that I'm expecting. So for that, let me start writing some logic. So uh, we cannot directly use any inbuilt method, and it's not directly possible, but we can use some inbuilt methods like to char array logic we have seen previously for reversing a string. So the to char array concept we can use here also. So first of all, every string will start with the index 0 and it will end with the string length -1. So I'm going to declare some variables like int left equal to 0. So this left, what it will do, it will start with the string at 0th position. So variable name anything you can take like start equal to 0 or left equal to 0. I'm taking like left equal to 0. So since the program is from left to right, we're executing like the variable I'm declaring, right? So the string starting point I'm taking like start or left, whatever, and then ending point is str length -1. So I'm going to declare a variable int right equal to str dot length -1. So since it started with 0, it should end with length -1. Give equal to. So this is the initial variable declaration. Then we have to write one more logic like I told about char array. So declare a character array and give str dot to char array. So what this logic will do, this step, this is an inbuilt method in string. So it will convert the all these uh, like the multiple values like multiple characters inside this string, it will convert as an array. So this ch array will hold the characters in an array format. Initially it is in string and this to char array will convert the string into an array. So this is converting string into char array. Now we can use either for loop or while loop. So I am going to use a while loop here since I already declared the values. Even for loop is totally fine. So while loop, let me take a while loop and we have to write a logic like this. So left less than right. So if you observe the logic closely here, it is starting from the left and it is uh, reversing the values only up to the center of the string. So it is not reversing these characters and like half of the string is getting reversed and placing at the first position, right? So uh, so the left should be less than right. Why I am giving this? Because I should not iterate this starting index till the end of the index. So if I am placing this a here and again if I am going till the end of the right till the end of the string, if I am going again a will come back to the same position. So we should not do that mistake. So we should take a logic similarly like uh, when I'm decrementing this right and I'm incrementing this left right, at the center we should stop. We should not continue to iterate again in the down order. So right should not be less than left. So this logic we have to write. So when you are debugging, we will understand this better. Let's write this one. So left less than right. So if you give this condition, then only we can achieve this problem. So left less than right you should give. And there are few more inbuilt methods in Java. So that is character method. So I have to give an if condition here and give character. So character is an inbuilt class. So there is a method called isDigit. So character dot isDigit if I am giving right. So whenever a digit is encountered, this if condition will execute. So this isDigit method, what it is going to accept, the isDigit method will accept an character. So we are already having this char array. So let me take the char array and pass the left here. So the character is an inbuilt keyword. I am not declaring it. It is already in the Java lang package. So Java lang package is having a character, and this character will hold all the different primitive characters. So char is a data type. So alphabets like A, B, C up to Z or numbers, any number like 0, 1, 2, 3, everything is a character. So it will hold all the characters, and if it is a digits, like there are some methods like each digit, each alphabet. So I'm going to write a logic for each digit. So in that I'm going to pass a single character here. So we should pass a variable. So that variable I'm passing ch of left. So this left is holding currently 0th index. So if it is a digit, then I should not do anything. So the problem statement is the number is encountering, then I should not do anything. So then I am going to give like simply left plus plus. Whenever a number is encountered, I should move on further. I should not do anything. I should just move further. So if is done, so if else. So the if else what I have to write? Character dot is digit. So here also is digit I need to pass ch of right here. So why I am passing right? Initially I started here and I am incrementing. Similarly at the same time I need to start at the last position and continue to decrement. That's why I have taken left and right. So the left is started from the starting position and right is starting from the ending position. So continue to decrement, and the character at the last index initially I am starting. So character dot is digit starting at the last index. Now whenever a number is encountered, right, the method is digit. So whenever a number is encountered, I should not do anything. I should give right minus minus. Simply I have to give right minus minus. So whenever a number is encountered, it will decrease the value. The index value will be decremented. So this is the logic for skipping the digits. So digits alone we have skipped for now. And if both are not digits, right, the left is also not digit, right is also not digit, then the else block will execute. So in this logic, what we have to write? So the alphabet A should be replaced with Z. So A should go at the last and Z should come at the first position. So that means we are swapping the values. So A is coming to the last position, Z is coming to the first position. So that is swapping values. For swapping values, we can take a temporary variable and store ch of left. So ch of left initially having character A. Now ch of left already I stored in the temp variable. Now I need to put ch of left equal to ch of right. So the first iteration ch of right is what? Z. Str length minus 1. So the last value is Z. So Z will be stored in the ch of left. Ch of left means ch of 0. So Z will come to the first position and A is currently in the temp value. So I need to write one more step, ch of right. This is like swapping the values. Just I am swapping, nothing I am doing different. So I am taking a third variable and I am storing it the first value. The first value I am replacing with the last value and the last value I am replacing with the temp value. So this is swapping values. So apart from swapping values, we also need to decrement the index. So left also we should decrement. So if I have already swapped the A and Z, right, then I need to move on to the next character, B and C. So left is smaller value, so increment it. Right is a big value, so decrement it. So we have totally achieved the required logic. So let's execute it and then I will also debug for you. So this is the while loop. So while loop is ending here. So let me print that one. Now the ch is holding the reversed variable values. So ch is being holded here. So in order to print it, either I can declare a new string. So new string. So generally a new string will accept an input of string in double quotes. So if you remember previously I told about new string of, we can either pass like this a string value or we can pass a character array also. Character array is nothing but a group of characters. Even you can pass new string of ch. So this will convert the character array into a string. This is fine, or you can use a even a loop to print these values. So let me print this way first of all. So let me take the input string and print it also. Sysout str run as Java application. So the input string is abc123 pqr45 xyz. If you observe the output string zyx, this is reversed. 123 is at the same position. rqp is reversed. 45 is at the same position. Then cba. So this is reversed. So this is the expected logic that we are achieving. So here we need to write this logic like using the character keyword and is digit, or there is some other method like is alphabet also. So that logic I'll show you, but first of all you can either put print statement in this way also. Sysout arrays dot toString of ch, but it will be printed like an array, not as a string. So you see it is printed as an array. If you want to print it as a string, you have to declare a new string and pass the character array. Character array is a character sequence. So it will convert the values into a string format and it will print. So either way you have achieved the required solution. So let me debug this code and let's understand that. So I'm going to put a debug point. Just for a few minutes we will debug it one more time. So I have put a debug point at toggle breakpoint at line number 20. So let me run as debug as Java application. So the input string is already printed because the print is at the first statement only, line number 10. So now the control is waiting at line number 20. If I place the cursor on CH, initially ABC 1 2 3 PQR 4 5 XYZ. So this is the value that is available in the input characters array, which is the converted value of the string character array. So this is the value that is currently available. So if I'm iterating through this loop, right, then the values will continue to change. So let me execute it. Click on F6 or step over in the keyboard. So the if block got failed. Initially the value is the character is A, right? So it's not a digit. So this is failed. So else if is also failed. Now else is getting executed. So what else is doing? Else is trying to swap the values. So now temp is holding A. Ch of left is temp A. So A is being stored into the temp variable. Now these statements are not yet executed. So if I am executing line by line, so now put the cursor on ch. So z is stored into the ch of right is stored into the first index. So that's why you can see z at the both the positions. If I execute one more step, ch of right is also executed. So keep the cursor. So a is placed from the temp and it is moved into the last position, and z is moved to the first position. So left and right are incremented. Initially left is 0, right is 13. If I change it, so now left is 1 and right is 12. It is decremented. So when this condition is satisfied, then only the next statements will execute. Again the second character is alphabet, so it is not a digit. So these two will be failed and it will go to the else block only. After executing, let's see, like now y is moved to here and b is moved to the last position. So the same logic applies. Now the third character is C. So if and else if both are failed and else is executed. If I place the cursor, so C is moved to the last third position and X is moved to the 0, 1, 2 second position. Now let's see, the fourth value is number 1, right? So number 1, if condition is executed. So you see, if condition is executed and left value is incremented, nothing will happen here. So since the if condition is executed, all these two blocks will skip. Else if and else will not execute. So the while loop continued to the next iteration. So again number 2 is coming. Number 2, number 3. So number 2, number 3 again the left will increment. Number 3 again left is incremented. So the next iteration it is coming to the else if block. So already XYZ is done. Now 45 is there on the right side. So now right will increment. So this loop will continue like this. So right, if you are seeing right is at the index 9. So the index 9 is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Index 9 is at the fourth position. Now if and else if both are failed, so if you see the ch, if I execute one more step, so now temp is holding the character p. So PQR is the input. So RQP. So P and R are swapped here. P and R. These are the center values. So these are swapped. That's it. Like it is printing the values on the console. So maybe the debugging is little confusing. So after this today you can try to write the code and debug this one. It's not a simple code, but the logic is like this also you can achieve. There can be some other approaches also, like in coding and programming there are multiple ways to solve any problem. So this is one of the approach that we were able to solve. Yeah, so this program I'll close. Okay, so there are few more programs. So two programs I'll show you today. There are two more programs. So let me close the debug point, and this is a popular program around. This is sixth program. So maybe you have heard about it. So anagram. So anagram is frequently asked in interviews. So even the logic that we are going to write is very simple. Only thing you have to understand what is anagram, and how can you write the logic for that. So what is anagram? So let me take some string like str equal to. So the string is like silent, and I'm going to take another string str2 equal to. So if you observe here, the alphabets that are used in both these strings are same. So either silent or listen. So both the alphabets are same here. So here if I say, right, S, I, L, E and T. So small I. So here also the same characters are there. L, I, S, T, E. Only the order has changed here. Using these characters, I can form either this word or this word. Both the words are having the same characters, but they are placed in a different order. And these two words are called as anagram. You have to write a logic. Like you can take any example. Like silent and listen is one of the example. Um, you can take some other examples. Maybe there can be some other examples also, like race or care. So here RACE, CARE, even these two are anagrams. So like this, there are multiple examples around anagrams. So whatever alphabets are there, if you are changing the order of the alphabets in a different order, then it will form a different word. So both the words are having the same alphabets. So both words have same alphabets. So we have to take two words and then only compare. Like if I am given only with single word, I may not be able to show the what is anagram. So you have to take two strings, and then only we can compare whether both are matching or not. If we have only two variables, then it is possible to compare. So I am going to take one string silent and second string is listen, and let me compare. I will put an if condition, then I will check whether anagram or not. So there is some logic we have to write in between. So let me start writing this program. You will understand what I am saying. So the anagram program, select public static void main, click on finish. So I am going to take an string str equal to silent, str2 equal to listen. So this is str1. So let me take the first character as capital letter, let's say. So if you are having even the capital also, you have to ignore the caps. So I'm going to convert this to lowercase and then assign the str1 reference to the str1 lowercase string. So this will change everything to the small case. So we should not bother about the case in the anagram program. You have to think about only the alphabets, whether the alphabets are matching or not. That is our goal only here. So I am going to convert this to the lowercase and store it in str1, str2. Now the basic logic is suppose the string 1 is having 6 characters and the string 2 is having only 5 characters, right? Then both the strings will never match. So let's say that this is having 6 characters, this is having 5 characters. So in this example it is 6 only, but there can be some input where you can have different length of the strings. In that case, when the length is only not matching, right, then you have to check the length of both the strings. If length is not matching, you should say that both are not anagram strings. So how to write logic for that? So write an if condition and put str.length double equal to str2 dot length. Only if both are matching, then only you have to write some logic. Otherwise, in the else block, what you should say? Not anagram. So you can pass both the variables also. str1 plus in double quotes give space, like give str and str2 are not anagram. So for an example, let me take some other input and if I'm executing. So silent and listen 5 are not anagram. So the else block is executed. So whenever the length is matching, then only some logic I am going to write here. But if the length is not matching, we should not do anything. We should just simply say that these are not anagram strings. So this code we are going to write. Before that, the else block, I have shown you some example. When it is not an anagram, the length is the first thing you need to check. If the length is itself not matching, you should not proceed your code to the inside. So now let's start writing the program, the logic, actual logic. So this is a string, right? So we have to convert this string into a character array now again. So only when it is a character array, then only it is possible to compare each and every character. So take a character array. So char array 1 I am taking. So variable name can be anything. So give str1 dot to char array. Char array 2 equal to str2 dot to char array. So first of all, I have taken a two character arrays and stored it in, and converted these strings into character array. So this will help me to compare both the values. So first of all, declare it, and then in order to compare both the characters, right, you have to do one more step. So first of all, here we are converting strings to char arrays. The next step is you need to sort the values. Why I am sorting? Because the order of these values are different here. So S is coming and I is coming, right? So it is in different positions, and we cannot compare each and every position. So let's sort the both the arrays. If you are sorting, what will happen? So all the alphabets will be in the ascending order using the inbuilt methods. So how can we do that? Arrays dot sort of. Directly you pass the char array 1. So in this what it will do, the char array 1, the memory whatever it is holding, right? The arrays dot sort will affect the memory of the variable. Directly the sorting will happen in the memory. So arrays dot sort of char array 2. So the same way, array 1 and array 2 both I need to sort. Once the sorting has happened, the next step is, if both the sorted arrays are equal, right, then we can say that it is an anagram. So if both sorted arrays are same, then it is anagram. Otherwise, it is not an anagram. So in order to do that, let me write arrays dot equals. So arrays dot equals will take two inputs. One is the any input, like any array you can pass. So both the values should be arrays. So this is an arrays method. So equals method will take two arrays. So character array 1, character array 2. Both I need to pass here. It will compare value to value. Every value it will compare, and then only it will pass. So the arrays dot equals method will return a boolean value. This is an inbuilt method in arrays. You see the boolean value it is returning. Returns true if both the specified arrays of characters are equal to one another. So it will compare every character. Every character it will compare, since both the arrays are sorted now. So every value, if it is equal, then we can say it is an anagram. So for that, let me take a boolean variable. So I can take a variable like result and store it into this arrays dot equals. So this will return either true or false, comparing both the arrays. Now after getting this result, I need to put an if and else conditions. So if condition will always accept either an expression which will return boolean value, or directly the boolean variable also I can pass. So inside I am going to write anagram strings. So if you want more visibility, so str1 and str2. So you can also give like this. So if both are matching, this if condition is going to pass. Otherwise, else block we have to execute. So the else block code is exactly same. Both are not anagram. So the last else is executed when the length is not matching. But this else block will execute right when the characters are not matching. Both else block have different logic. So when the length is same, then only the loop will enter inside. When the length is not matching, this else block will execute. When the length is matching, we are taking two character arrays and converting to the character array, sorting both the arrays. After sorting, what we are doing, we are taking the arrays dot equals method and comparing. Once we got a boolean value, I am writing if and else. So here plus you need to give concatenation, and let me execute it first of all. Run as Java application. So silent and listen are anagram strings. So let me give one more character in the first input. Silent t is extra here. So the length is 7 and here the length is 6. So this else block is executed. So you can also put one more message like length is not matching. If I execute run as Java application, so length is not matching, that means this else block is executing, and listen extra t is there, and silent t is there, listen or not anagram. So if I remove this t one more time, these are going to be anagram, and let me put t here and put n here just for an example. So now it is not going to be an anagram. See, listen and listen are not anagram. Here length is matching, so the length is 7 here, and here also length is 7. Length is same, so the code entered inside, but it is not matching, right? Because all the character are not same here. So t is repeated 2 times, n is repeated 2 times. Both are not having the same set of characters. If I go back to the problem statement, both the words have same alphabets. So the alphabets, if it is not matching, then it is not an anagram. So this is a simple program. Only thing you have to understand the steps here. Check the length, and if length is matching, convert it to a character array, sort it, and check the sorted arrays. That's it. Practice this program. It's simple, but you have to understand the steps and practice. Then only it is easy. So we have not done anything difficult here. Only character array and sorting. That's it. Everyone, welcome to the day 13 of Core Java. So previously we have discussed about the strings concepts. In yesterday, some programs on strings we have discussed it. We will see some more coding problems on strings today. Let me create a new class, new package, day 13, click on finish. So class I am creating Pangram string. Select public static void main, click on finish. So what is Pangram string? It is a string which is having all the alphabets from A to Z. So either it is capital letter or small letter, doesn't matter. So all the alphabets are available. That means A to Z total we have 26 alphabets, right? Total number of alphabets is 26. If you consider, let's take small case. So small case is having small a to small z, total 26. Even if you take capital case also, capital A to capital Z, total 26 alphabets are there. If a given string is having all these 26 alphabets, even some characters can be duplicate, but it is fine. But the unique alphabet should be total 26. So if it is there, then that string is called pangram string. So the example for that is string str equal to, we have an popular example for this pangram string, that is the quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. So this is a pangram string. So it is having some duplicate values, that is fine, but all the 26 alphabets are covered in this case. So this is called as pangram. That means all 26 characters are there. All 26 alphabets. So let me start writing the program for this logic. So the same string I am going to take. Okay, so if this string is having 26 at least 26 alphabets, then there is a guarantee that this all 26 alphabets A to Z are available. But if the string itself not having 26 alphabets, right, that we have to check with the length of the string. So if the length of the string is less than 26, then this cannot be a pangram string, because if the 26 characters itself not available, which are alphabets, we cannot call it as a pangram string. So we have to check the length of the string. So str dot length of str dot length less than 26. So if it is equal to 26, then there is a possibility that it is pangram. But if it is less than 26, that 25, 24 or 10 or 5, any number of length is there, right, for this string, then it cannot be called as pangram. So if it is less than 26, then we should say the message like str is not pangram, not pangram string. In the else block, we are going to write the actual code for the pangram string. So the code here we are going to write for the pangram string. Now before explaining you this logic, right, I have to explain one more small logic for you. So that logic is around string index of method. I am going to create one more class. So string index of example I am going to give for you. So str equal to, let me take my name Swaroop again. So, and if I am giving str dot index of, I need to pass a character as input here. So if I am giving s, right, so this index of will always return an integer value. So let me declare an integer value, int index equal to, so if it is a valid character which is available in the string, then it will return an in actual index. So the index start with 0 and end with the length -1. So let me print this one, whether s is 0 or not, we have to see. So index I am going to print in this case. So run as Java application. So it is giving 0 index. So if you observe here, it is giving 0. If I give instead of this w, it should give 1. This is second position. So 1 is there. If I give O, right, the first occurrence it will return. So first occurrence is 4. 0, 1, 2, 3. The first occurrence of O is 4. Even it is duplicate occurrence also, first occurrence only it will return. So it will navigate from like this, right, from left to right. So if I give P, right, it will give the last index. So the last index is 6. Total length is 7. So 0 to 6. So P is at the 6th position. Let's say like I am giving some character like D. The character is not available in the string. That means it will give -1. Whenever a character is not available in the string, it will return -1. So this is the logic we need to use in the Pangram string. So if you understand this, that program will be slightly easy. Otherwise, it is not easy. So understand that whenever a character is not available in the string, this index of method will return negative value -1. If it is existing in that string, right, it will give any value like 0 or length -1. Any value like the actual index it will return. So the index of that particular character it will return if it is existing in that string. If it is not existing in that string, it will return -1. So this logic we need to construct the Pangram string program, where this else block I am going to write now. So in the else block, let me start writing. So I need to give some conditions and validate. So totally 26 alphabets, right? It will start with small a and it will end with small z. Even if you are having capital letters also, let me convert str equal to str dot to lowercase. So even if uppercase is there, I am going to convert it to lowercase. So our goal is checking the Pangram string is there or not. That means A to Z letters are there, alphabets. But if it is caps or small, it's not our problem now. So let's convert everything to the lowercase and we will worry only about the small case. Even if you want to do only uppercase, right? Convert it to uppercase and in the logic you write for uppercase, capital A to capital Z. If you want for lowercase, convert everything to lowercase. Either one logic if you can achieve, right, the Pangram string problem can be solved. Here the case of the alphabets it doesn't matter. So our logic is checking whether all the 26 characters of alphabets are available in the given string or not. So in Java programming there is some concept like ASCII code. So every character that is available in the keyboard, right? So every alphabet in capital or small letter, every number, every special character. A special character can be anything like exclamation, at the rate, hash, dollar, percentage. All these are different brackets are also there, right? Small bracket, square bracket, curly bracket. Everything will have some value like ASCII code. So there is something like ASCII code. This is a number, like ASCII code is a number, numeric value. Internally, every character will be stored as an ASCII code and we will be using that logic to build this program. So write an if condition. Okay, so we have to write a for loop here, not if condition. So in the for loop, what I am going to write, I am going to start with a, small a I am going to start. So then I need to give a condition. So ch less than or equal to z I am giving, ch plus plus. So internally what it will read, it will convert everything to the ASCII value and it will read everything like a number. So small a is having some ASCII value. So all the values after a, right, small b, small c, small d up to small z, it will be incremented by number 1. So the ASCII values are in a sequence. So if you take capital A or small a, it will start with this particular alphabet and every subsequent alphabet like B, C, D, E, everything is incremented by 1. Uh, so we don't need to know the ASCII code and don't need to remember what is the exact ASCII code or number what it denotes. So you can directly give ASCII like char ch equal to a and give the condition ch less than or equal to z and ch plus plus. So there is no error. You can see that the code is working. Now inside this code I need to write one condition. So the condition what I have built here, right? So this condition I am going to use. So write an if condition and say that str dot index of. So inside this index of I need to pass ch. So because ch is coming every iteration, the alphabet A, alphabet B, everything is coming up. So uh, cannot convert from int to boolean. Okay. Okay. So here I need to say that it is less than 0. So why I am giving less than 0? Because whenever this alphabet is available, so the loop will continue to iterate. So from small a to small z, every iteration, all the alphabets are present means it will check for that. Like the loop will continue to iterate, and only condition I need to write here is that whenever this character is not available in the string, right? Then what it will happen? -1 will return. So if you go back and check, remember this program. So whenever the string is not having this character, -1 will be returned. That means in the condition I am giving less than 0. In this if condition will execute only when this character is not available inside this string. So even if one alphabet is not there in this string, then it is not a panagram. So let's say like A to Z, right? A to Y is there, but Z is missing. So then only 25 alphabets are there. But even one alphabet is missing, right? Then this condition will validate whether it is a pangram or not. This is an important thing. So this for loop is fine, but if this if condition you are not getting, you cannot build a logic. So this if condition will check whether if even one alphabet is missing, right? it will it will ensure that it is like we should say that it is not a pangram. Even if one alphabet is missing, that means if the value is missing, right, a is missing here, then this index of will return -1. So -1 is less than 0. So this if condition will pass and it will go inside this condition. So inside this condition we have to write some logic where it can say that it is not a pangram. We have to write some logic. So that logic, let's leave it for now, and let me go back to this length I have already checked, and finally we have to write some message, right? So outside this for loop, let me write some message. Pangram string I am writing. So str. So str is a pangram string. So I didn't write the logic now, but let me execute what happens. So run as Java application. Okay. So here space, let me give space. So the quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog is a pangram string. So this message is printed. If I execute one more time, I have given space before is, so is pangram string. So let me comment out this code. I am going to give some other code. So let me copy this statement and put it here and uncomment this one. So here I am going to skip the word fox. So you can see that in this string x is missing. Run as Java application. So it is still saying pangram string. Why? Because this message is always printing, right? It is always printing and saying that it is a pangram string. If we don't build some logic additionally, then it will always say that it is a pangram string. Even if the length will be matching somehow, this length is more than 26. So even if some alphabets are missing here, this logic will say that it is a pangram string. So in order to build the logic, what I have to do? First of all, let me take an variable like flag. So first of all, I will write and then explain you. So I am going to take flag equal to 1. That means let me assume that it is pangram. So it is my assumption only. So int flag equal to 1, it is a pangram and we are just assuming it initially. So but here inside we are doing the conditions and logic, everything we are building up. So but initially I am assuming that it is an pangram and setting it to 1. So it is checking for the length of the string, and if length is not matching and less than 26, it is not a pangram. Now it will enter the else block if length is more than 26, and this for loop will iterate through the every character, right? Whenever some character is missing, so even if one alphabet is missing, it is not a pangram. That means initially I assumed that it is a pangram string, but this is not a pangram string. So what I should do? So flag equal to 0 I should give. Why I am giving flag equal to 0? Because it's not a pangram. Initially I thought that it is a pangram, but whenever some alphabet is missing, so it can be any alphabet. From A to Z 26 alphabets are there. Even if one alphabet is missing, this str.index of will return a -1. That means this if condition will execute, and then we have to write some logic to make it not a pangram. So for that reason I should put flag equal to 0, and this statement should not execute every time, only when it is pangram only it should execute, right? So let me put an if condition and give flag double equal to 1. So this print statement I am going to give for flag equal to 1. So flag equal to 1, it is saying that it is a pangram string, but flag equal to 0 is not a pangram, because at least one alphabet is missing, so we should not uh, say that it is a pangram. So give else. So even else if or else, anything is fine. So give sys out, not a pangram string. So let me execute this one more time. So it is saying like fox is missing, right? So it is saying not a pangram string. So if I uncomment the line number 7 and comment the line number 8, run as Java application is a pangram string. One more time, if I am commenting the first line and uncommenting the second line, it's not a pangram string. Is not a pangram string. Is not a pangram string. Even if I can check one more example. So if I am giving some other text like string str equal to, so Swaroop is not a pangram string. So like this the logic works for any kind of string. So this is a popular question. Even some programming interviews can happen, or even lead code problem is this is popular problem. So there is multiple ways to solve this problem. This is one of the approach, but there are many more approaches. So those approaches also I have gone through. Those are little complex. Like using two for loops, we have to solve those problems. So you can try it out. If you are understanding this logic, this is enough. But if you want to solve, you can solve with other logics also. Every coding problem generally have multiple logics to solve. Okay, so what is the need of lowercase here? So lowercase, I explained you, right? So I am giving here small a to small z only. But if capital A is coming, then this logic will not work. So uh, so if you need to work for capital A also, better you can convert to one of the case. Either take small case or capital case. Here I can give capital A to capital Z also I can give. Then it will work for only uppercase logic. So here you should put everything is to uppercase. So why am my program is not about checking for the case of the string. It is about checking the alphabets whether all 26 alphabets are there. It can be either small case or capital case, doesn't matter. So convert to one of the case to avoid any confusion. and then since I am taking lowercase, I am taking small a to small z. If you want to check for capital case also, that is fine. So internally it will convert everything to ASCII code. So ASCII code is numbers. So these are numbers and we don't need to remember these numbers. So if you have interest, you can explore about this ASCII code and this char data type. Every alphabet in the keyboard is having a ASCII code. So we don't need to memorize those things. So those are not important, but the logic we have to memorize. So the CH++ internally will increment the ASCII code. Okay, can you replace fox with car and check? Okay, let me see. If I am putting car, it will fail. X is not there. Is not a pangram string. So fox is having the X character which is not there in other areas, so it will fail. Okay, so I think still more questions are coming. So we'll see later. Let's continue the other programs. So there is like not enough time. There are a lot of problems we have to solve. During the doubt session after 40 minutes, we'll open for doubts. So feel free to post your questions in the chat. I will continue to answer if it is possible. Otherwise, end of the session, I will answer all your questions. So let me close this console and close this index of and pangram string. Now let me go to the new class. I'm going to write one more basic class. So this pangram string logic we have seen. So during the coding sessions, one of the other question also like we got like uh, so string concatenation we have learned, right? String concatenation using concat method or using the plus operator we have learned previously. But there can be some more logics using the string concatenation plus using the arithmetic operations. So an example I will give you. So if I am trying to uh, form a string, right? Java I am giving and then I am concatenating with 10 into 20. So this will not directly print the Java and 10 into 20 is an arithmetic operation. So first of all, the compiler will try to solve this one. So around this, let me give you some examples. So this is one of the examples. So there are many combinations we can solve this. So let me try to like string concatenation, arithmetic operations, select public static void main, click on finish. So I'm going to print the value for sysout. So Java plus 10 plus 20. So what is the output it will come? So in case of concatenation, all the values will get concatenated one after another. If it is from left to right, a string is coming, then 10 and 20 will get concatenated and it will be placed one after another. So it is not addition, it is concatenation in this example. If I take one more example, so let me take sysout. So 10 plus 20 plus Java. So the second case, it will be addition. So from left to right, it will execute the compiler. So if plus is coming on both the numbers, then it will be addition, and then it will be concatenation. So the addition is 30. 30 plus Java is 30 Java. This is concatenation. But in the first example, from left to right, since already string is there, everything is concatenation. So this case is concatenation directly, and in this case, addition plus concatenation. So one more example. So this we have already seen, but before you understand the other examples, let me show you these examples. 30 plus 40. So this is addition, this is concatenation. So the left side addition happens, but in the middle string came. So after the string, everything will get concatenated. So here also addition and concatenation is happening. Up to this, it is very clear. So there is no confusion, I think. So from left to right, if string is already starting at the left side, then everything is concatenation. So if numbers are starting, then addition will happen. After that, it is concatenation. So numbers, then string, again numbers. So this is concatenation, but this is addition. So now let me give you more examples on arithmetic operations. So what is arithmetic operations? Like using plus, minus, division, multiplication, remainder. So there are multiple arithmetic operators. So what are arithmetic operators? Plus, minus, multiplication, division, percentage. So I am going already plus I use it. So plus is done. So in Java plus is also treated as concatenation. So these are the three examples for concatenation. So let me take one of the example and let me apply minus whether it will work or not. Let me put minus here. So you see you cannot apply minus in case of strings. When you are writing any string directly you cannot put minus. So it is saying the operator is undefined for the argument string and int. But if you are giving bracket it might work. So if you are giving bracket the minus will work, but directly if you are applying the minus will not work. So this is for subtraction. So concatenation plus subtraction. You have to put bracket in case of minus. If I am not giving bracket, it will throw an error. On strings directly minus is not allowed. So you either use bracket or don't. If you don't want to use bracket, don't use minus. So minus is not allowed. Compiler will throw an error. If I run this program, so Java minus 10 is coming. Why minus 10? 10 minus 20 is a negative number, minus 10. So that minus 10 is appended like concatenated with Java. So it is like minus 10 is a value that is getting concatenated with Java. If you are giving 100, if you don't want minus, you can give a higher value for the initial value. So 100 minus 20 is 80. And if I am giving 100 minus 200, then negative value will come. So Java minus 100. So minus 100 is one value and Java is one value. So here concatenation is happening. So addition, subtraction is done. Addition is already done. Now let me go to multiplication. So this subtraction you can put before or after. It is totally fine. You cannot directly use the minus. So let me give minus one more time. So 100 minus 50 plus Java. So in this case it is allowing because here you see here it is not allowing, but in case of left hand side for the concatenation it is allowing. So this is allowed, but in this case it's not allowing because here the numbers it is allowing the arithmetic operations. So addition, subtraction, everything is allowed in the left side, but on the right side it is not allowing. So if I am executing this, then 100 minus 50 is 50. 50 Java minus 100. So if you want to avoid minus, you can always put a bigger value. So 50 Java 80. So minus is also allowed. Then let me go to the multiplication and division. Java plus 10 into 20. So in this case what happens? It will not directly print Java plus 10 star 20 like this, it will not directly print like this. So the arithmetic operations will happen here. So this is decided by the compiler, that is like how the programming is built, right? 10 into 20 is 200, and then Java. So this logic only if you practice only you will remember. Even like in automation or anywhere, generally we don't need to use or learn all these things. But during interviews, like some interviewers will ask all these tricky questions. But in automation we don't generally use it. If you want to learn for interview, you can practice these things. So 30 into 40 plus Java. So 30 into 40 is 1200, then Java, then 200. So this is about multiplication. If you want one more combination also, we can try. So 50 into 100 plus Java. So here also multiplication will happen. This star will have more importance than the concatenation. So this star will be performing these arithmetic operations. In case of plus, it will be concatenation only. That is how the compiler is understanding. But in case of star, right, it will have more importance than the concatenation. So first of all, it will try to solve this problem. 10 into 20, it is 200. Then that 200 is having this plus operator. Concatenation will happen. So that's why it is coming 200 here. The first example 10 into 20 is 200 because this star will not directly print on the console. Internally the compiler is thinking that this is an arithmetic operator and it will try to compute the value and then concatenate into this. So these things are not required for any automation. I generally don't see these things, but in interviews people are asking. So you have to just practice these things. So there is no other way. So let me give division. So multiplication is done. Now division and percentage are left out. So even all these three are same logic. So first of all, the solution will be found for that expression, and that output is concatenated with the text, whatever Java or any other string is there. So that string it will concatenate only after calculating the arithmetic operation. So if I am giving 50 slash 100, right? So let me see what is the output. Run as Java application. So if I am dividing 50 with 100, then the value is 0 and the remainder value is 50. If I put percentage here, then it will be 50 will be the output, but 100 is not a multiple of 50, right? 50 is a smaller value than 100. So the output is like division output is 0. So that 0 is concatenated with Java. The next case, let me give 50 or 500 slash 100 plus Java plus 40 slash 20. Run as Java application. So 500 slash 100. So 500 slash 100. 100 is a multiple of 500. So 5 times it will be. So 5. Then Java is concatenated. So 20 into 2 is 40. So if you divide 40 with 20, then 2 will come as the output. So this is the logic. So the same way, the same thing you can put one more combination like the third example. First of all, the string is coming and then the value is coming. So whenever these three operators are there, right, these three operators will behave differently, then addition is different. Addition is always treated as if it is on the left side it is addition, but if it is on the right side it is concatenation. But in case of subtraction, on the right side the bracket should be there, on the left side bracket is not required. And multiplication, division and percentage operator, wherever it is there, right, on the left or right side, these things will be treated as an arithmetic operation only. That expression solution will be found initially, and then only this plus operator is concatenation, so then only it will happen. So these things you practice today and try to remember these things. So it might help in any interview whenever you are attending. Now let me go to like 300 percentage 100 plus Java. So if I am dividing 300 with 100, then the remainder value is 0 because 100 into 3 is 300. There will not be any remainder or modulus value. So percentage is modulus, which is remainder value after division whatever is left out. So if I give 302, then 2 will be the remainder. So 2 is coming and then Java is coming. So the same case, one more case for after the Java. So here 2 is coming per remainder. In this case 100 will come. 200 into 2 is 400. So 400 minus 500 minus 400 is 100, right? That 100 is the remainder value that is coming when you divide 500 with 200. So here we can give any value. So this is just an example. So one more example, like this is the last example. So 200 slash 200 percentage 100 plus Java 400 percentage, let me give 20. Okay, so in this case the only the right side I need to give. So 20 400 it is divisible and there won't be any remainder left out. So let me give 405. So the remainder will be 5 in this case. So Java and 5. So these are the different logics. So the arithmetic operators like star, slash, percentage, it will be treated like arithmetic operation only. So the expression solution will be found and then only concatenation will happen. All these things are only interview perspective. We don't need generally in any automation. So you can practice these things. So around 3 to 4 programs I still want to show. Okay, I'll close this. Okay, I'll take a 2 minute break. So just a minute, I'll come back. Okay, so the next program we'll see now. So before going to the programs, there is one more important topic around strings. So previously we have discussed about the string constant pool and heap memory and how the values are generally coming up there. So I will explain you one more thing about uh, how the string memory allocation will happen in general on a high level. Like this is an overview kind of, and there is one more important thing I just wanted to explain. So there is some terminologies like heap memory and string constant pool, and there is another thing I didn't tell you, but there is also a stack memory. In Java there is a memory called stack memory where all the variables will be stored, variable references. So what is reference, I'll explain you. So if I'm giving a string str equal to, let me take any string like a Swaroop I am taking. So this whatever is on the right side, it is called as an object. So the object will be stored either in the constant pool or in the heap memory. But whatever is on the left side, right? So this str is called as reference here. Str is called as reference variable, and whatever is on the right side, so this is the left side value, this is called as reference variable, and whatever is on the right side, it is called as an object. So the object will go to either heap memory or string constant pool. It can go either heap memory or string constant pool. So if I am directly giving in double quotes, this is called as string literal, then it will go to the string constant pool. But there is another case, right? So there is another case like string str equal to new string of Swaroop. So this new string of Swaroop, it will go to the heap memory. So this is called as an object. So the value on the right side is called as an object, and the values on the left side are called as reference variables. So these reference variables, every variable will be stored in the stack memory, and that reference will point to the address where the object is stored. So I'll explain you in terms of the some diagram I will draw, and on a high level how to understand this better. Let's see. So let me take the whole memory. So let me take box. So for our understanding, we have drawn a box, but the memory will not be in this structure. It can be like the memory can be in any shape. So for our understanding, we have taken this shape, but it can be in any shape. So let's assume that this whole memory is JVM. So JVM is the virtual Java virtual machine. So this whole memory is JVM memory. So this overall memory is JVM memory. So the entire program Java program memory is available in the JVM memory. So in this JVM memory, there will be again two kinds of memories. So one is the stack memory and another one is the heap memory. So there is no particular size or shape or anything. So for our understanding, like heap memory, it can increase like anything based on the requirement of the program. So just for our understanding, I have given this shape. So it can be of any shape. So there is no shape in the inside the memory, but there is an area allocated by Java programming, like Java runtime environment and virtual machine will allocate some memory to the heap and stack. So this is called as stack memory. So stack can be more or less. So you don't need to worry about the size of this whatever I'm drawing. So but for understanding, we are just using this size. So this is, let's think like it is a stack memory, and let's think that this is a heap memory. So this is heap memory, and there is one more memory. If you remember the previous sessions, I told about string constant pool. So string constant pool is a sub part of heap memory. So heap memory, if you think like having 100 boxes of memory, right? Let's take like 100 boxes of memory. So string constant pool, maybe it can take 30 or 50 or even 10 boxes of memory. So out of 100, it can take some part. It can be any size. So we don't need to bother about the size, but we have to think like string constant pool memory is inside the heap memory. So people can say that a string pool or string constant pool or SCP, whatever, anything is same only. So overall JVM memory, we are having the stack memory, heap memory, string constant pool. So how the variables are stored, now let's discuss. So suppose you are having the variable like str, string str equal to double quotes I am giving Swaroop. So how this is stored? The variable name str, right? So str variable is the reference variable that will be stored in the stack memory. This is called as reference variable. So whatever name we are giving to the variable, that is called as reference variable. And if I am giving it in double quotes, this is called as string literal. This will go to the string constant pool. In the string constant pool, every constant will be available only once. It will not repeat. There won't be any duplicate values. So let me put like this string Swaroop. It can be capital or small, doesn't matter. So if it is caps and small, everything is unique string. So uh, this value will be like string literal will be, and here and this reference will start pointing to this variable. So this is the variable. So it will start pointing to this. So this reference variable will point to the string literal in this first example. If I go back to the notepad, string str equal to Swaroop, if I am giving, right. So this string literal will point, the str will be in the stack memory and Swaroop will be in the heap memory. In this string constant pool will be like double quotes, if I am giving, it will go to the SCP. So this will go to string constant pool. If I am giving new keyword, then the variable will be stored in the heap memory. So let me take this as str1 and this variable let me give it here. So whatever the variable name, everything will be in the, like the reference will always be in the stack memory only. So the reference is here and the value will be created in the heap memory. If you are using a new keyword, it will be created in the heap memory. And what is the value I have given? So let me, even if you are giving same value or different value, that is fine. So every time you are using a new keyword, right, it will always create a new memory every time. So that is the disadvantage of this new string. So it will create a new heap memory. It will try to create new every time. So there will be a memory wastage. In case of string constant pool, the memory is efficient because that string constant will be only once it will be available in the string constant pool. Any number of references you are creating, right? Suppose I am taking another reference. So maybe s is the variable reference. So that s variable reference, again it will point to the same variable, like string s equal to Swaroop I am giving, right? Then it will again point to the same variable. That is the advantage of string constant pool if I am giving in the double quotes. But if I give a new keyword, then every time a new string is created. So in this first case, let me put Swaroop. So this str will point to this Swaroop. Now if I am declaring one more variable like new string of Swaroop, again I am giving one more variable will create. Here str2 will create str2. So this str2 will start pointing to the one more object. So that is the difference between the string constant pool and heap memory object. So this is about new string. but this is about string constant pool. So this str2 will start pointing to this second object. And if you remember one more topic I told you about the intern concept. So string str2 equal to, let me take new string of, if I am giving, let's say Nadella I am giving. So this object will be in the heap memory. But if I want to place this in the where is this? If I want to place into the string constant pool, right? Then what I have to do? str2 dot. So this str2 now it is referring to the heap memory. So if I am using str2 dot intern method, then suppose this Nadella cannot be, maybe not there in the string constant pool initially. It may not be there in the string constant pool initially. Whenever this new keyword is creating the memory, it will only create in the heap memory. But when I am using the intern method, right? If this is not already there in the string constant pool, then it will move the string to the string constant pool. It will be there in the heap memory. Still, it will be there in the heap memory, but it will add a copy. Like it will add a copy to the string constant pool. And this variable now will refer to the value that is in the string constant pool, like the reference variable. If you want to assign it to the same variable or different variable, that is totally fine. So these are the high level. So if you didn't watch or didn't attend the previous session, that time I explained you for around 30 minutes. That session you can watch one more time. But today mainly I thought to convey this reference variable information. So the reference variable also, sometimes in interview some people are asking, so where the reference variable will be stored. So it will be stored in the stack memory, and these are all objects. So everything is an object. So object will be having some memory allocated where the values are stored. So every object will be stored in the heap memory or in the string constant pool. How you are declaring, that will decide. If you are declaring in the double quotes, it will go to the string constant pool. If you are declaring with a new keyword, it will go to the heap memory. But the reference variables, every reference variable will always be in the stack memory only. This is the important point. And stack memory, heap memory, all these things are inside the JVM memory. So Java virtual machine is having some memory in the runtime. So this runtime, both the memory will be available in the JVM memory, and inside the heap memory we are having additional, like some part will be allocated to the string constant pool. So this is about the string memory allocation. So uh, in general, during the automation time we don't need these things, but during the interview or if you want to learn in deep about strings, right, this is required. So try to watch these videos, and the previous last weekend videos also you can watch it. So there is around 30 to 40 minutes I explained you with multiple examples using equals and double equal to. There are many examples. So try to rewatch it. You can understand this topic better. So string memory allocation in Java. Yeah, so there are few more programs, around three programs still I'll explain. So it will take another half an hour. Okay, so let me go through the next program. So the program is count the occurrences of an given character. So we are given with one character. It can be like any alphabet or anything. So that character, how many times it is occurring in a given string, I need to find out. So if I am taking an input string like str equal to, let me take a Java strings example, something like this I am taking, right? If I am taking this input, if I want to find the number of occurrences for A, the alphabet A, so how can I find it? Like it's a simple program. So let's try to write a logic for this. So this is a basic program. So this can help you in order to build any complex programs. So let me create a new class. So count occurrences of an character in string. Select public static void main and then click on finish. So I will take the same example I told you in the notepad. So let me copy this example and I'll write a simple program. So first of all, we are having this string, and if we find the length of this string, right? So if I am storing this length of this string in a len variable, so str.length, so this will return the length of the string. And we are having a method called replace method. If you remember the previous sessions, we are having a method called replace method, str.replace. So in the replace method, what we are going to give, we can give the old character and the new character. So this logic I am going to use now. So character we have to pass in a single quote, and I need to find the alphabet A. So the alphabet A, how many times it is repeating. So alphabet A I am giving, and in the other double quotes, like I am going to give like empty value. So I'm going to replace all the alphabet A and put it as empty value. So in this case it is throwing error because there cannot be like a space like empty character in case of single quotes. So you have to put in double quotes, and even this character you have to put in double quotes in that case. Replace method will work either in case of string or character, both it will work. So here I am going to give in double quotes character A, but it is treated as a string, and this empty character, like nothing is there, only double quotes is there, that will be treated as empty character. So wherever A is there, it will be replaced with empty. So all the A will be replaced with empty values. So it will be fully removed, like character A will be removed. So finally we are going to get some length, right? So if I am giving here one more thing like dot length, I can operate the, like the output of this is string again. So on this string the length method will again work. If you put dot again here and put length, it will give the length. So if I need to find the occurrences of A, right, I have the length and I have the additional string where A is not there. So what it will do, the A will be removed from this replace method. So I have a string where the total length is there, and I have a string where A is not there. So if I am subtracting this total length and this length, right, then it will return the length of the, like the occurrences of the character. So let me take in this in a temporary variable. So I am going to declare into temp equal to. So now the count value is len minus temp. So what this count will be having, it will have the total length minus the other character count. So if I am subtracting the total length minus the other characters count, then the left out value is the count of the character A only. So this will be count for A occurrences. A can be multiple times, so all the multiple occurrences it will be returning. So let me print it and we'll see whether this is correct logic or not. Run as Java application. So A is occurring for 3 times. So if you go back to the input string, A is there for once, twice and 3 times. So if you want, you can place some more times. So Java, maybe let me give Java 2 more times. So 3 plus 4, 5, 6, 7. So the output should be 7 in this case. So the output is 7. Java strings programs example. If you are increasing like any character you can count. I am just checking for A only. But if I want to check for M, right? Let me put instead of A here M I am giving. So M will be for 3 times, 2 times only. So in program and example, like 2 times only it is there. If I give capital J, right, it should be there for 3 times. So capital J, Java is there for 3 times. So there capital J is J. So that is there. Like this, you can give any character and count the value. So first of all, you are taking the length of the string and then you are replacing that character using the replace method and calculating the length of the remaining string. So if I am subtracting the total length with the other character length, it will return the occurrences of a single character. This is about only single character occurrences. So this is a basic program. You can utilize this to solve some other problems based on the requirement. You can use this logic to some other program. So this is one logic, one program. Now let me go back and create one more program. So the next program is about count words in a given string. So if I am taking a string str equal to, let me take some string like Swaroop Nadella Academy. So this string is having totally 3 words. So each word is separated by a single space. After the space there is another word starting. So this is a full sentence, right? So this given string is a sentence where each word it will be ending with one space and after the space the other alphabet will be started. Like this is having total 3 words here. So our code should find out whether the 3 words are there or not. So in this particular string or sentence you can say, so this sentence should have a single space after every word. If the it is having multiple spaces, then our logic will not work. So this is a valid sentence, right? In English or any book or anything you are taking, generally the English language, the words will be having single space and followed by another word. So we are having totally 3 words in this logic. So we will try to build a logic here and then try to solve this problem. So let me start writing one program around this. So create new class. So count words in a string. Select public static void main, click on finish. So string str equal to. So I am taking this input string str equal to Swaroop Nadella Academy. And initially let me take the, like we are trying to count the values. So I need to take the count and initialize it with 1 initially, because at least this sentence can have at least one word, right? Even if it is having not having multiple words also, at least one sentence can have at least one word or more than one word. So only one valid input is there, then at least one count will be definitely there. So let me initialize it with one value. So initialize with 1. Now we have to write a simple logic around this. So how to write that logic? So first of all, I need to iterate through the entire loop using a for loop. So I will count character, like I will navigate through each and every character using the char at method. And whenever a space character is encountered, so s dot char at it is str dot char at. So whenever caret method is having like let me take the index as I. So whenever it is equal to space, right? So space is denoted with single quotes. like single character. If I want to find out, so this is can be denoted with single quote. And also we should put one more condition. So the next character should be not say space. So whenever a space is encountered, the subsequent alphabet subsequent character will be not a space. So str.char at so I plus 1. So suppose I'm in certain index. So whenever space is coming, that next character should not be space. So I should compare it with it should not be space. So not equal to space I should provide. So here it should be space and the next character should not be space. Then only it will be a valid word. And whenever a valid word is found, right, then I can increment this count value. So in order to implement this, first of all, let me write a for loop. So this for loop, what I am going to give, so I will iterate from the first index. So I equal to 0, I less than str dot length I plus plus. So it will start with 0 and end with str length minus 1. So I should give less than here and increment with I plus plus every iteration one. It should increment by 1 every character. And this condition I need to write inside an if condition. So inside the if condition, what I have to write, initially the count is 1. So whenever a space character is found and the next character is not empty, right, then I should increment. Then it will be treated like the words are increased. So the first word is there and there is a space and there is a next character again. So that means two words are there. So already one is there, so you have to increment, then it will be two words. So the sentence can have any number of words. So this logic will count any number of words and try to give the output. So if I am printing the count value on the console, so it will print now 3 words. So first of all, let me execute it. It is simple code. So 3 is coming as the output. So let me take different input like str equal to, I will comment out the first one. So Java strings program to count words. So how many words are there? Totally 6 words are there. This logic should work for even for any number of words. So 6 words also it is coming correctly. So here what we have done, initially the sentence can have at least one word. If it is a valid sentence, so we should initialize by 1. And the for loop will navigate through the entire string. So iterate entire string. So every character it will iterate because I am using caret method. And whenever a character is single quotes, in single quotes I have given a space, single space, only single space. Then only it is treated as a word in English. So give single space and this end operator, right? End means when both the conditions are passing, then only this entire expression will pass. So this will return true, right? So and this also return true. The next character is not empty. This is empty and this is not empty. The AND is true and true, then only the output is true. Whenever the boolean value is returning true, then only this if condition is executed. So if a word is found, count plus plus. So this is an easy code, only simple logic we have to give the if condition. This if only the if condition is logic here, there is nothing. Okay, so yeah, so I'll close this program. I have one more program and that will take 10 minutes. So the next program is around reverse each word in a given string. So what is the problem statement? So string is having, let me take same example again. So Swaroop Nadella Academy I am taking as an input. So in this case the output what is expected, right? Output So output should be, it should not reverse the entire string. It should reverse only each word of the string. So if I'm reversing Swaroop, what should be the output of that word? So P double O R A W S. So this is the reversed of the each word. And the middle word is Nadella. So if I'm reversing that, it will be E D A N. And the last word is Y M E D A C capital A. So each word is reversed here, not the entire string. If I'm doing the entire string, then this last word should come at the first position, but it is not like that. The position of the word should not change, but only the word character should get reversed. So this is one logic we will try to build. So we will utilize the same logic where the reverse program we generally use, right? So that we will apply for each word, and then we will try to concatenate all these different words which are reversed using the plus operator. Like you can use concat method or plus operator to concat. So let's find out this program to, like we already know about reverse. So that reverse we are going to apply and then use the concat. Let's create new class, reverse each word in a string. Select public static void main, click on finish. So string str equal to, in double quotes I am taking the same example I explained you, Swaroop Nadella Academy. So this input string, the output that we are expecting is this. So let me take this output and I'll put in the comments. So output is this one. So we want to convert this string to multiple words. So how to do that? If you remember the split method, we are having a split method where this given string, if I am splitting using a space character, it will become an array of strings. So string s, if I am giving this and giving equal to str dot split of. So the split method I am just giving double quotes within single space. So this will return an array of strings because multiple words are generated and each word is one string. So three strings are generated. So split method will return array of strings. So this array of strings I am going to store into this. So we can give any name here, as I can give, or I can give the name like words. So each word I am taking and storing into the string words. So this is splitting the string into words. So multiple words are generated and it is an array of words. Now in order to store the output, right, the output string we are expecting this, but we need to store it into some variable, right? So I am going to take one string, reverse string, and put empty double quotes. This is an empty string. So this is an empty string. So we are going to use the enhanced for loop here in order to navigate through this array. If you remember for loop I can use with either the index or even enhanced for loop I can use. So string w colon words. So this words is an array. This w is used to navigate through all the values in the words. This is an enhanced for loop for navigating through the array. If you remember the array concepts, enhanced for loop for array navigation. So W is the variable that will be used and words is the variable for the array. So W is used to navigate this variable we are going to pass inside logic. Uh, Now we have split the string into words and we have taken a reverse variable and we are navigating through each word, right? So inside what we have to do? So each word now we have, and each word we have to reverse. So the reverse logic which we have learned previously, the same logic we have to apply in this case. So in that time, during that time, what we have done, right? We have taken rev variable and given empty double quotes, and we have used a caret or two char array method, like two methods we can use, or even string buffer, string builder also you can use. But if you are solving an interview, you need to solve with without inbuilt method reverse. So I am going to take one variable called reverse word and give it empty double quotes. So up to this is array navigation. This for loop is only for array navigation, but inside logic is to reverse each and every word. So W is having one word, Swaroop is one word, Nadella is one word, Academy is one word. So all these three words I need to reverse, right? So first of all, let me take one word, empty string. This is again empty string. So this empty string I am going to apply one for loop, and this for loop what I am going to write, I equal to W dot length, I greater than or equal to 0, I minus minus. So here why I have given W, right? So every string is having length, right? So Swaroop is having total 7 characters. So every word I am taking in the first iteration I am taking one word, let's say. So one word is having the length. So I need to start at the last index. P means how I can do. So 0 it will start. So first index is 0. Last index is length minus 1. So the same logic, whatever program we wrote for the reverse variable, reverse string, the same logic applies here. So I have not done anything different, same logic. So let me take this reverse word, and every iteration I need to take this w dot char at caret method and pass the index. So it will start from the last index and it will start concatenating. So every iteration I need to concatenate the reverse word and store it here. So what this logic will do, it will reverse the entire word and it will store into the reverse variable. So each word will be formed in this case. So this logic reverses each word character by character. Now we have formed the reversed string, but there is a another variable called reverse string. So we have to again form the word. Our goal is not only reversing the word. Again we have to form this word. Then only our output is generated. So here I have to take this reverse variable outside this for loop, not inside. Outside this for loop, let me praise this variable, and we have to initially it is empty. So I have to pass this empty variable, then give plus, and every iteration we are getting one word formed, right? After this for loop, one reversed variable output is generated, one word is there. So that word I need to concatenate. So using the plus I need to concatenate. And one more thing I need to do. If I do like this only up to this, so every word will be generated, but there won't be any space available in the output. So if you need space, you need to put a double quote and give single space. Then only the reversed word, every word will have single space. So this logic is done. Let's execute it. So first of all, I will run it and then I will show you the debugging how to execute it. So I am going to print this one, reverse string. So this is the output. I have taken this input and the output expected is this. So let's see it is coming or not. I am going to put a print statement even for the input for my visibility purpose. So run as Java application. So you can see here Swaroop is reversed. The position did not change. The position, if it is the whole string is reversed, means academy will come at the first position. But here I want the position to be same, but the only the word should be reversed. So this logic how it worked fine. So I'll explain you one more time, then I will debug one iteration and show you. So we have taken a string, we have printed it on the console. This is the expected output in the comments. So I am converting using a split method. There is a split is an inbuilt method using double quotes with single space. I am splitting the string into multiple words. So this words is an array. Multiple strings are stored as an array in the form of words array. And I am taking an empty string called reverse string, which will store the output value. Up to this is good. So now we need to navigate through all these words. How can I do that? Either use a for loop with index, or you can also use enhanced for loop. So this is simple to understand. If you are using index, again you have to put the correct syntax. Similar to this, you need to use correct syntax. So I am using here enhanced for loop to navigate through the words. So this words is having this is an array, right? So every array having one value every iteration. So the first iteration I am taking Swaroop, and second iteration taking Nadella Academy. So the first iteration I need to reverse the string. So this is the same code that we have used for the reverse string. So this is nothing different. Only the variable values name is different, but everything is same. So I am starting from the last index and I am decrementing, and until 0 I need to iterate from the last position to the first position, and I need to store it into another variable using this concatenation. So caret method will get the each character every iteration. So P O O R A W S. So like that. So reversed word finally will have the reversed value of this word. So every iteration we need to also form this reverse output. So the output expected is every time the same word which is in the same position it should reverse. So initially it is empty. So the first word is Swaroop, it is reversed and coming to this line number 26. And after the word we have to put space here, because the spaces are removed when you are splitting this method. So space you need to again insert. So if I am generating one more time, so this is the output. If I am taking some other string, let me take different string. String str equal to Java strings program to reverse words. So give semicolon. Then if I execute the input and output, let's see. So the input is Java strings program to reverse words. So what is the output? So the output is reversing the word in the same position. So every word is reversed in the same position. So if you want to understand it better, let's debug it. So I am putting a debug point at line number 23. Now debug as Java application. So let me switch it. So I'm going to the debug perspective. So first of all, if you see like reverse variable initially is empty. So reverse is not having anything. And if you take the words, right, words is having Java strings program to reverse words. So first of all, let me close it, and I will take a simple example instead of the second example. First example having only 3 words. So I have put a breakpoint already. So debug as Java application. I am taking a simple example where the input is having only 3 words. So if I put the cursor on the words, it is having the array Swaroop, Nadella, Academy. We have used the split method to generate an array of words. Now the W is having Swaroop. So single word is having for the first iteration. So the enhanced for loop will iterate through the entire array. Each iteration one word will be taken. So W is having Swaroop now. And if I put the cursor on reverse word, it is empty initially. So if I put the cursor here, Swaroop is there, then length -1, right? So Swaroop is having 7 characters. So 0 to 6 it will iterate. So the index I is starting with 6, and every iteration it will decrement by 1. So if you execute this line of code, then only the output is generated here. So let me execute one line of code. So one line of code is executed. If you see, the reverse is having P. P is the last character in Swaroop. Now the if condition is again getting executed. So execute one more time. Now I is becoming 5. From 6 it is decremented by 1. So it became 5. So W is still having Swaroop. It will iterate to for 7 times to get all the values. So now the cursor is here. Execute one more time. Now reverse word you can see PO is coming. So same logic, whatever reverse program is there. So I am going to execute it for 7 times. So after 7 times, if you see, the reverse word is having the reverse value of Swaroop and it came to reverse string. So if I place the cursor here, initially reverse string is empty. Only when line number 27 is executed, you can see some output. So reverse string is executed now and it is having only single word. At the last, one space is also inserted. You can see one space is there in the last. So it is iterating to the second iteration. Now the word Nadella will take. If I execute one more time, execute one more step. So the W now it is will be having the second word. So second iteration, second word. So the same approach it will continue and execute for 7 times. So now reverse string, the control is here, so you cannot see the output. So execute that line of code. Then if you put the cursor here, so Swaroop and then Nadella is also reversed and the position did not change for the word. Now one more time it will take execute for 7 times. So reverse string now is having all the words reversed and the for loop it is checking whether any words are still left. If I do one more time, the for loop failed, right, at the last, because only words is having 3 words. So already academy also done. Now all the 3 words are reversed and the reverse output is generated. If I execute the last line, the print statement happens. So that's it.